Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the June 2nd, 2026 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I will need a motion to excuse Councilwoman Black.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I hear a second? By Cece Crawford. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, she is excused. We are in the Katie Dorset Council Chambers, and let the record reflect that all members are in attendance except for Councilmember Black, and Councilmember Marshall is on via Zoom. We will begin this meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Councilmember Holston, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Please silence any and all electronic devices. The City of Greensboro strongly encourages input from all residents. The council chamber serves as a welcoming and safe environment for all residents. The council rules of procedure and decorum are posted on the city website under the City Clerk tab, and all speakers are expected to read and adhere to those rules when addressing the council during the speaking opportunity. To address the council this evening, participants must have completed speaker sign-up by 5:30 p.m. pursuant to the rules prior to the council meeting. Those who registered online should confirm their attendance with Mr. Canapino. All handouts must be given to the city clerk for distribution prior to the start of the council meeting. For the public comment period, each speaker signed up to speak will get 3 minutes each to speak. If there are more than 25 speakers, the time may be reduced to 2 minutes per speaker at the discretion of the presiding officer. Speakers may address specific consent or business agenda items with those 3 minutes allocated for remarks. All speakers are expected to adhere to established rules of decorum, and any inappropriate or disruptive conduct will result in immediate removal. A first removal carries a 3-month suspension from in-person participation. A second violation results in a 6-month suspension, and a third violation or any instance involving physical altercations results in a 12-month suspension, and any violation of state criminal laws may also subject the individual to criminal charges. Those suspended from in-person participation will retain the ability to attend virtually via Zoom, ensuring their right to free speech. If the Zoom speaker violates the rules of procedure and decorum, they will be muted. Speakers may have the city IT team play videos that have already been sent into the city clerk for its security check. Any videos, media, or supplemental documents utilized by speakers during this meeting are not reviewed or verified by the city for accuracy, completeness, or authenticity. The city does not endorse or adopt the content of those videos, and all opinions and views expressed are solely those of the speaker. Speakers may not transfer their time to others, and the mayor or presiding officer will determine the speaking order based on the number of speakers. The mayor may modify the time allotted to each individual, and approaching the dais is not permitted. Speakers may not address the audience nor employees of the City of Greensboro. The public comment period is for speakers to address council members only with their comments and an opportunity for council to listen and take notes. Any violation of this protocol in the speaker's time shall be surrendered. Zoom participants must refrain from speaking until they are recognized and called upon. State statute requires council members to vote on all matters unless a direct financial interest exists or if the council member serves on the board of a nonprofit organization that receives city funding. All motions will be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote tally. The consent agenda covering items F1 through F23 consists of routine and non-controversial matters that are approved with a single vote. Any council member may request the removal of an item due to a conflict of interest or to vote in opposition. Items withdrawn for discussion will be carried forward to the next business meeting agenda. If an item is found to be time sensitive, the mayor may request that a vote be taken. Closed captioning is provided for this meeting depending on the duration of these proceedings. A brief recess is anticipated around 7:30 p.m. I first must ask for a motion to cancel the July 14th Greensboro City Council meeting. The meeting will take place on July 21st at 5:30 p.m. May I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And that passes. Thank you, Adam Marshall. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We are going to, right after the public comment speakers, we are going to have comments from council if they so wish. So now is the time for our ceremonial items. We have item E1, a resolution recognizing June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month and honoring the Alzheimer's Association. And I do have that. Resolution recognizing June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month and honoring the Alzheimer's Association. Whereas more than 7 million Americans are currently living with Alzheimer's disease, which is the most common form of dementia, including over 210,000 North Carolinians and an estimated 12.5% of the 65 plus older population in Guilford County. Whereas Alzheimer's is a leading cause of death in the United States and in North Carolina, for which there is no cure. Whereas Alzheimer's places an immense burden on families and caregivers, with nearly 12 million Americans providing unpaid care valued at nearly $413 billion annually. And the disease disproportionately affects Black and Hispanic communities. Whereas June has been designated nationally as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, this is to increase public awareness, encourage early detection, support caregivers, promote brain-healthy habits, and advance research towards a cure. Whereas the Alzheimer's Association is the world's leading voluntary health organization dedicated to Alzheimer's care, support, and research, and provides a 24-hour helpline, caregiver education, support groups, and advocacy at every level of government. Whereas the Alzheimer's Association has invested more than $450 million in research and continues to champion policies that expand access to care, protect patients and families, promote risk reduction through public health, and accelerate the path to cure. Whereas the City of Greensboro is home to residents and families personally affected by Alzheimer's and is committed to standing in solidarity with them, their caregivers, and the organizations that serve them. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the City Council hereby proclaims June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month in the City of Greensboro and encourages all residents to join in the observance of this important month. That the City Council extends its deepest gratitude to all caregivers, health professionals, and those volunteers who support those living with Alzheimer's disease or other dementias. And that the City Council encourage residents to wear purple during the month of June in solidarity with those affected and to take positive steps for their own brain health. Adopted this the second day of June 2026. I will motion this resolution, and I would accept a second. Seconded by Councilwoman Thurm. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I believe we have, thank you, Adam, and we believe we have some people here to express, I'm sorry? Oh, it did come up. All right. Council, please vote. And that carries 8-0. All right, go ahead. And your name, please?
Nancy Gillespie with the People and Culture Department. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. It is my pleasure to introduce Ben Yeager with the Alzheimer's Association. The Alzheimer's Association is the leading health organization in Alzheimer's care, support, and research, and their work has a profound impact on families right here in our community. We are pleased to welcome them as one of our newest partners in our city's employee wellness program, where they will play an important role in supporting our employees' health and the many who serve in a caregiving role for a loved one. Tonight, we thank you for presenting this resolution recognizing June as Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, and we are honored to have Ben here to give us a few words.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ben Yeager, and I'm the Program Manager for the Alzheimer's Association in the Triad region. Alzheimer's and dementia represent a severe and worsening public health crisis. 2 years ago, we were able to say that almost 7 million Americans had a confirmed diagnosis of Alzheimer's. But now, as of our most recent Facts and Figures report, we know that number is actually halfway to 8. We have about 7.5 million Americans with a confirmed diagnosis of Alzheimer's. We also know that this is on track to be the most expensive disease in U.S. history, with total costs to the economy reaching $1 trillion by 2050 without any change to the trajectory of this disease. But as grim as some of these numbers are, we also have more hope for the future than we have ever had before. We now have treatments that can slow the disease in the earliest stages and can give families potentially up to years extra time with their loved ones. We now have a blood test that can diagnose Alzheimer's disease. And as of yesterday, we have over 1,000 volunteers in Washington, D.C., working to advance legislation that would pave the way for Medicare to cover that blood test and routine screenings for people in their middle-age years. And we now know, thanks to research that was led in part by Wake Forest right here in the Triad, that Alzheimer's and dementia can be a preventable disease for many people through things like exercise, diet, good sleep, health monitoring, and keeping things like your blood sugar and blood pressure in check. And that, it gives us a lot of hope that for many people, this could be something that they never have to worry about. So thank you to the City Council and Madam Mayor for recognizing the work that we do, and on behalf of the over 10,000 residents of Guilford County who represent that, our local portion of that 7.5 million, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item E2, resolution honoring the life and legacy of Jordan Alexandra Pearson. Mr. Holston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This resolution is being presented and offered by myself and Councilman Irving Allen. It's a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Jordan Alexandria Pearson. Whereas Jordan Alexandria Pearson was a proud daughter of Greensboro, North Carolina, whose life reflected compassion, leadership, creativity, and an extraordinary commitment to serving others. And though her time on earth was far too short, the impact she made on her city and the people around her will be felt for years to come. Whereas born on December 13, 2002, to Dwight Pearson and Jesselyn Woods, Jordan raised in a family grounded in hard work, entrepreneurship, and service, and growing up alongside her sister, Dwyla Pearson. She worked within her family's business, Master Tours, a Greensboro-based charter bus company owned and operated by her parents, where she developed a deep appreciation for people, community, and the importance of building something meaningful that could serve others. Whereas Jordan later co-founded Transcendent Charter with her sister, continuing her family's legacy in the transportation industry, and together they represented Greensboro with pride, though their involvement with the United Motor Coach Association, where Jordan quickly earned the admiration of peers and professionals across the country for her warmth, professionalism, and natural ability to connect with others, eventually joining the staff of United Motor Coach Association, where she served in marketing and advertising sales, and became a rising young leader within the industry. Whereas Jordan accomplished much professionally, what truly set her apart was her heart for people and her love for Greensboro, and she dedicated herself to making her city stronger, more welcoming, and more connected through her service as a council member of Synergy, Greensboro's Young Professionals Network, where she co-chaired the social committee and helped create spaces where others felt welcomed and valued. Whereas Jordan also served on the board of directors for the Greensboro Jaycees and was recently elected president of that organization, and in that role, she poured herself into developing young leaders, building friendships, and serving the Greensboro community with energy, optimism, and joy. And those who worked alongside her knew Jordan as someone who showed up fully for others and led both with confidence and kindness. Whereas beyond her leadership and professional accomplishments, Jordan was known for the light she carried into every room, and she was fashionable, vibrant, thoughtful, and full of life, possessing a rare gift for making people feel seen, appreciated, and important through her volunteer work, friendship, and everyday interactions. Whereas Jordan also possessed a deep love for the arts and for the cultural fabric of Greensboro, and she spoke often about how growing up in Greensboro shaped her identity and gave her a sense of belonging and purpose, while her love for music, creativity, and community reflected the fullness of who she was. Whereas the city of Greensboro recognizes that Jordan Pearson represented the very best of our community, embodying leadership, service, entrepreneurship, and compassion in a way that inspired people of all ages, and her life serves as a reminder that impact is not measured only in years, but in how deeply one touches the lives of others. Whereas Jordan Pearson departed this life on May 4, 2026, leaving behind a grieving family, countless friends, and an entire community that loved her deeply. And she is survived by her father, Dwight Pearson, her mother, Jesselyn Woods, and her beloved sister, Dwyla Pearson, and a city that will continue to honor her memory with gratitude and love. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro that the Mayor and the City Council honor and celebrate the life, service, and enduring legacy of Jordan Alexandria Pearson, whose spirit, leadership, and dedication to her community will always be remembered.
That resolution, motion
So
by
moved.
Mr. Holston. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that carries 8-0. Thank you. Item E3, resolution honoring the life and accomplishments of Theophilus T.O. Stokes, Jr. Councilmember Holston. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you want to say? I apologize. I did not see you. If you'd like to say a few words, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor and all of our city council members and to you, our wonderful citizens of Greensboro, two things can be true at once. While grief is a part of this process, so is gratitude. And so when I step into this space and I look around and walk through our city and I run into the imprint of Jordan, it causes me to lean into the gratitude, of course, by the grace of God, that her life, though this part is brought to a pause, that there is so much more to be done. She was born in Greensboro, raised in Greensboro, loved Greensboro, and her legacy will live on in Greensboro as we support other young people who have vision and may not have the means through scholarship endowment for the Jordan Alexandria Pearson Scholarship and just being an active part in Greensboro because she desired to make Greensboro great for everyone. So I am thankful on behalf of my family and just appreciate your willingness to celebrate her. And I always would tell her, girl, I want to be just like you when I grow up. So she set the bar high and the legacy continues. And thank you all so much for loving on me and my family during this time. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, so very much for sharing her with us. Yes, and Mr. Allen?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few words. First, thank you for sharing Jordan, not only with the city of Greensboro, but with all of those who she touched. I got to know Jordan, had a relationship with both Jordan and Delilah. They supported me in all of the things that I tried to do here in Greensboro, publicly, privately. And so I'm just grateful for the opportunity to get to honor her memory, to get to know her family better. And I'm just really grateful that we were able to give this moment to the family, and looking forward to supporting anything moving forward that involves honoring Jordan. So grateful for you to come here tonight and to accept this.
Yes, Mr. Holston?
Yes, and I'm going to say also that Jordan was special. From the first time that I met her, I saw a light. There was an aura around Jordan. She was the kind of person that walked into a room and she just brightened it up. And then after you talked to her, it got even brighter. There was always an idea, there was always an initiative, there was always something that she wanted to do. And I'll simply say that I'll never forget Jordan, and her light remains in Greensboro and in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing her with us. Her legacy will live on with the scholarship. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to item E3, the resolution honoring the life and accomplishments of Theophilus T.O. Stokes, Jr. Councilmember Holston.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a resolution honoring the life and accomplishments of Theophilus Overture Stokes, Jr. Whereas Theophilus Overture Stokes, Jr., a devoted husband, father, veteran, businessman, faith leader, civic servant, departed this life on April 26, 2026, at the age of 97, leaving behind a profound legacy of service, leadership, and unwavering faith. Whereas born on April 27, 1928, in Middlesex, North Carolina, Mr. Stokes was the youngest of 7 children and exemplified the values of hard work, humility, and dedication throughout his life, graduating from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, NCA&T, in 1952, and proudly serving his country in the United States Army Medical Corps from 1953 to 1955. Whereas following his military service, Mr. Stokes established a successful small business in Greensboro, opening a full-service gas station and convenience store for more than 35 years, where he fostered mentorship, compassion, and a spirit of community service. Whereas a man of deep and abiding faith, Mr. Stokes faithfully served Providence Baptist Church for more than 6 decades as a deacon and for 50 years as church treasurer, dedicating his life to spiritual leadership and the upliftment of others. Whereas Mr. Stokes was a distinguished fraternal and civic leader, attaining the rank of 33rd degree Mason and serving as the Master Potentate of Caliph Temple 144, while strengthening local Masonic lodges and encouraging community engagement. Whereas his commitment to public service extended through Greensboro through his service with numerous civic, charitable, and community organizations, including the Board of Trustees of L. Richardson Hospital, the North Carolina A&T National Booster Club, the Greensboro NAACP Advisory Board, United Way Initiatives, and the Greensboro Minority Business League. Whereas Mr. Stokes was recognized for his many contributions and achievements through numerous honors and awards, including the Hayes-Taylor YMCA Man of the Year Award received twice, induction into the Hayes-Taylor YMCA Hall of Fame, the To Those Who Care Award from WFNY-TV, and the Order of the Longleaf Pine, one of North Carolina's highest civilian honors. Whereas beyond his many accomplishments, Mr. Stokes will be remembered for his kindness, humility, steadfast faith, and devotion to family, sharing more than 74 years of marriage with his beloved wife, Alma, and leaving a lasting legacy through his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the countless lives he touched throughout the community. Whereas the life of Theophilus Overture Stokes Jr. stands as an enduring example of faith, leadership, service, and love for others. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Greensboro, we hereby honor the life and legacy of Theophilus Overture Stokes Jr. and express their deepest gratitude for his extraordinary contributions to the City of Greensboro and the Greensboro community.
All right, that moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mr. Allen. Council, please vote. And that carries 8-0. I see the family here. Yes, please come forward if you'd like to say a few words.
Councilman Holston, to the members of council, I am T.O. Stokes III. I want to thank you all for honoring my dad today. He's a member of this community, has been a member of this community for a long, long time. You see a lot of things in 97 years. What Mr. Holston didn't say was he missed his 98th birthday by one day. So I'm going to give him that day, so I'm going to say it was 98. But in that amount of time, you see a lot of change. And sometimes technology is good and change is good, but sometimes with change, you lose some things like history. And the things that my dad was involved with in this city touches on a lot of the history of Greensboro. So with honoring him, I hope we also honor the history of some of the people that have gone on before him and have done so many great things in the city of Greensboro. In honoring my dad, we can't honor him without honoring this beautiful lady beside me, my mother. 74, going on 75 years they were married. And you always hear that behind a good man there's an even better woman, and that's true. She's done so much to allow him to do the things that he was able to do in his lifetime. I do want to mention a few people that are here that are in my family that I want to make sure that they're recognized. My brother couldn't be here, he's in Missouri, but my sister Rhonda, if she would please stand up. She is present today. She lives down below Charlotte. She's present. My cousin JT, is JT still here? Oh, there you go, JT. She lives in Maryland and came down today. My dad's daughter-in-law, Sharon. Sharon's here somewhere right there. There's Sharon. I got you. And my dad's grandchildren, my children. My oldest, Pella, could not be here. He's working. But Ellis, my middle son. Tori, my youngest son, is here. They've all finished college and are going on to bigger and brighter things. My dad's great-grandchildren, Slade and Stone. He didn't get to spend a lot of time with them, but the little time he did, they were just the apple of his eye. So I want to mention them. So again, I want to thank you so much. And other than his family, there are a couple things that my dad really, really loved, and one was God, and the other was Hayes Taylor Wise. So just briefly, I want to bring up our minister, Reverend Darrell Aaron from Providence Baptist Church, to speak a little bit, and then Judge Paul Jones, who's the current chair of the Hayes Taylor YMCA. Thank you so much.
Great. Welcome, Reverend.
Great name, great city. His name was Theophilus Overture Stokes Jr. Very few of us will ever be called such a name. Fewer still will spend a lifetime proving the name was right. Theophilus, lover of God. Overture, the opening movement of music. Stokes, to tend a fire. Say his name slowly, and you have heard his life. He spent 97 years and 364 days proving every word. A man with a great name can make a good city. And Greensboro is a good city in part because Brother Stokes lived in it. He did it the way he did everything, by putting his hand on her shoulder and saying, "Come with me, let me show you something." He was black and Christian. He never lowered his voice to make either one more convenient. He was the kind of citizen any city would be blessed to claim. But hear me. Do not let good be our stopping point. If a man named Lover of God could live up to his name for 97 years and 364 days, surely this city can live up to her best. A city where the wolf dwells with the lamb, a city where the poor are treated with dignity and the rich share more than they take, and where the stranger is not feared at the door but welcomed at the table, because everyone here at some point has been the stranger. A great name made Greensboro a good city. A great city is what we owe his memory. Theophilus Overture Stokes, a great name. Greensboro, a great city.
It's my honor and pleasure to be here again. The last time I was here, I had the honor of giving Mr. Holston the oath of office with the assistance of his grandson. This evening, I want to say a few words in regards to Mr. T.O. Stokes, my forever friend. Mr. T.O. Stokes believed in hard work and service to others. That was his life's work. He was chair of Hayes Taylor YMCA. Hayes Taylor has a long and historic history, but Mr. T.O. Stokes made it special. In his unselfish ways, he said, "Don't send me flowers, but contribute to Hayes Taylor." He would be remembered for a life well lived and to call to heaven one day before his 98th birthday. And it said, we'll just say he was 98. Greensboro is a better place because of the impact of T.O. Stokes. Heaven is much brighter today because T.O. Stokes is there. This resolution is very much fitting and appropriate for a man who did not seek reward or recognition, but he deserved every bit. As chairman of the board of Hayes Taylor, I want to thank the mayor and the council for taking a pause to pay tribute to a man who earned his wings by the work he did while he was with us. You honor yourselves by this resolution, which is gratefully appreciated by his family and all who knew T.O. Stokes Jr. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Holston?
I just want to say very briefly, and I read the resolution, and you heard the many accomplishments and accolades and the impacts that Mr. Stokes Jr. provided to our community. I really thank him for his service, all of his service, and for the legacy. And you can see here from those who are here tonight from the family that his legacy and his roots are strong, and we're counting on you to continue the legacy of Mr. Stokes Jr. And to Alma, congratulations to you, and thank you for sharing him with us for all of these very many years. We love you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I would like to say just a few words. Your dad and Ms. Stokes, your husband, were always so kind to us, and your entire family has been, but he was especially kind. We would see him at a lot of dinners and a lot of events, and he was just always just so gracious to everyone. And, you know, all of the things he's done over the years, I think one of the ones that kind of stood out to me were his support of small business. And that was something very, very important to him. So, you know, such a great man, and thank you so much for sharing him with us. Thank you. All right, moving on. We will move on now to our consent agenda. Does any council wish to remove anything? I know we have some speakers on agenda items, and I will pull those just as long enough for the speakers to speak. Does anyone have anything they would like to pull?
F18.
F18? Okay, that is a motion to adopt the 2026 City Council Subcommittee meeting schedule.
I'd just like to move it to the following meeting to allow additional conversation.
All right, is that council's pleasure? All right, I would accept a motion to move it to the next meeting.
I'd like
Moved by Mrs. Crawford, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye.
aye.
All right, item F18 will be moved to the next agenda. All right, anyone else? Hearing none, we could go ahead and hear our speakers. On F5, I will read it. Resolution making certain findings and determinations, authorizing filing an application with Local Government Commission. All right, Mr. Hartzman and Steve Ignac for item F5. If you would come forward, please. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
No worries. Hi, I'm Steve Ignac.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the City Council, agenda item F5 is listed as resolution making certain findings and determinations authorizing filing an application with the Local Government Commission. That title conveniently leaves out the most important point. The city is starting to process to borrow up to $290 million for water and sewer projects, increasing the city's and the residents' debt. The agenda report states that the city expects to issue short-term notes in July 2026 and later refinance them into long-term bonds. It also states that future water and sewer rate increases will be needed to repay the debt. Clear water and reliable sewer service are essential. Old pipes must be repaired, treatment plants must meet safety rules, and contamination must be addressed. But families are already paying more for property taxes, insurance, groceries, and utilities. Whether the increase is called tax, a fee, or a water rate, it will come from the same household budget. We cannot keep increasing the burden on homeowners. We also should not keep passing more debt to our children. They will face their own challenges. They should not inherit decades of higher bills because we failed to examine every option today. The city should think more like the board of directors of a company. Taxpayers and ratepayers are shareholders. The board's job is to provide needed services while protecting the people who pay the bills. Before moving forward, the city should publish a clear project-by-project list. Which projects are required for safety or regulatory compliance? Which projects replace failing infrastructure? Which projects mainly support future growth? Urgent projects should move forward, but growth-related costs should not automatically fall on existing taxpayers. The city should compare every reasonable financing options, including North Carolina revolving funds programs, PFAS, Principal Forgiveness Funds, federal grants, EPA, WI, FIA financing, and proposed private financing. The city also should review whether legally allowed system development fees are assigning a fair share of growth-related costs to new development. Finally, residents deserve a simple chart showing the expected monthly household bill for each of the next 10 years. This is not an argument against infrastructure. It is an argument for responsibility. Do not begin by asking how much more can people pay. Begin asking how much of their burden can we reduce. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hartzman?
George Hartzman, Public Integrity Watch. I'd just like to say that the current City of Greensboro Fire Department has to be the best department in the history of the state of North Carolina. So easy. Glad you're here. $290 million in the consent agenda. The consent agenda is supposed to be for non-controversial items. You put $290 million of revenue bonds, actually the anticipation notes, so you're front-running the bonds in the consent agenda. It is controversial because it says support current and future economic growth. So we're all paying higher water and sewer prices, and part of the reason why we're doing it is to support future economic growth. In other words, you're not just charging me and everybody who pays their water and sewer bills for their water and sewer. We're paying for economic development. We're paying for incentives to corporations, a lot of whom contribute money to politicians' political campaigns. Part of our bills are paying for their incentives, and you're not saying how much it's going to be. You're saying there's going to be a tax increase. It will require an increase in water and sewer rates. How much? Extension of water lines. Who's that for? We paid $3 million for Roy Carroll to get water out at Publix. We gave him the end of a street. We gave Marty Kotis the end of a street. There's tens of other incentives for your corporate friends and developers that the people of Greensboro, we're paying for it. We're paying for your decisions to give money to someone else so they can profit from it. Please cut it out.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzman. If you'd like to stay, you're on the next one as well. Item F14, I will read. Ordinance to amend Coliseum Concessions Improvements Fund, number 529, in the amount of $2 million. And this was reviewed by our Economic Development and Workforce and Innovation Committee. Mr. Hartzman, and then Mr. Jason Hicks.
Good evening, folks. So I respectfully request that Mayor Mary Kay Abuzawader recuse herself from the discussion and voting tonight on this item. The mayor serves on the board of the Greensboro Sports Foundation. On January 8th, Sports Foundation President Richard Beard told the Triad Business Journal Coliseum improvements would include a new premium club. The appearance issue are compounded by the Hutton Partners Dinner, where Trey Davis, Mary Kay Abuzawader, and Larry Davis accepted illegal hospitality from the foundation and a consultant who lobbied for millions of taxpayer spending. Beard publicly supported $21 million in debt for the club. The package was presented to council by Assistant City Manager Larry Davis, who's taken illegal gifts from government contractors supporting this deal. Now the same project is switched to 2021 donation from OVG Hospitality, which will get 85% of the $3.3 million of the revenue over 5 years. How is it an OVG donation instead of an advance on a contract for operating rights to sell $15 beer? If that donation was made in 2021, why are we appropriating the funds just now in 2026? I think it's a fair question. The Sports Foundation is funded by the city, Coliseum, and CVB, all of which Mayor Abuzader has voted our money for while serving on the Sports Foundation board. I respectfully request that Mayor Mary Kay Abuzader disclose the nature of her relationship with the Greensboro Foundation, Sports Foundation, and recuse herself from discussions and voting on this item. Transparency is not a $2 million project in the consent agenda involving a 5-year-old donation without discussion. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, I always recuse myself on the Sports Foundation contracts. Do I need to recuse myself on this item?
Madam Mayor, no, you don't. And just to give a little explanation for context, you sit on the Greensboro Sports Foundation board, but you are not making a contract with the Greensboro Sports Foundation. You're voting on something that's in the agenda concerning renovations. The council has a statutory right to fund Coliseum projects. That is General Statute 160A-489. I've looked into this issue. Yes, please acknowledge that you do serve on the board of Greensboro Sports Foundation, but no, ma'am, you do not have to be recused from voting. And in fact, our North Carolina general statutes require you to vote unless you do have a legal basis for recusal, or if you're just adamant about recusal, you have to get a council vote to allow that.
Great, thank you. So I'm understanding that as long as it's not a contract for the Sports Foundation, then I am required by state law to vote. Thank you. Mr. Hartzman.
George Hartzman, Public Integrity Watch. Let's talk about the rest of City Council's responsibility now that a recusal request has been made. Ethics complaints have been filed involving conflicts of interest, recusals, illegal gifts, illegal hospitality, and the Sports Foundation, and this item is knee-deep in it. Legitimate questions are now before you, and they're before you, not the city attorney, not the mayor. It's in your court. The appropriate response is deliberation. The city attorney's office and the city manager's offices are implicated and have been compromised. It doesn't matter what the city attorney says at this point. So now it's your turn. If council concludes there is no conflict, explain why. Not the city attorney's explanation, yours. If council concludes the mayor should participate, explain why. Because now it's in your hands. The determination has been given to council. It's been given to Denise Roth. And everybody gets to have their say. So have your say. If council concludes that giving OVG 85% of the premium club revenue is a better deal than the financing structure previously presented to the public, which was in a $21 million bond vote, which I believe everybody voted for, then why? Why switch it? What's the point of switching from the bond financing to a donation that was made in 2021, which wasn't a donation because it's an upfront kickback from the vendor to the Coliseum, and then now you're repurposing a 5-year-old gift, advance, however you want to call it, to fund something for the most wealthy people in Greensboro instead of sticking it on the $21 million bond. It doesn't make any sense. A unanimous vote without discussion is not transparency. Each member has an independent responsibility to decide whether this deserves discussion. The recusal should include Trey Davis, Mary Kay, Laura Cubbage, Larry Davis, and the public should get the debate it deserves.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzman. All right, Councilwoman Thurm would like to say something.
Last week, I took the session ethics course from the North Carolina State of Government that we're required to take within a year of being elected or reelected. I specifically asked in this class about this situation, about when is it appropriate to vote, when it is not appropriate to vote, regarding voting for an organization when you are a beneficiary of who that organization gives money to. And I know it's kind of convoluted, but I specifically asked about the ethics of this, asked the School of Government, and was told by those instructors that yes, she should vote, we should vote in this situation, that it would not be considered a conflict of interest, and that it would be appropriate for any of us in such a situation to vote. So I just wanted to clarify for the rest of council that I sought advice from the School of Government, and they have concurred with the city attorney's advice on how we should handle this, whether it be this situation or any other similar situation. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Thurm. All right, we also have agenda item F, consent agenda item F23 with two speakers, Mr. Hartzman and Mr. Hicks. Let me read the resolution.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah,
Parker.
no, that's okay. We actually are going pretty fast. So I did want to see if somebody from Warder was here to speak on F5, but I also, just to kind of close this out, I wanted to confirm with city staff that, because there a lot was said, that the OVO donation is not taxpayer money.
Let me pick a different acronym. It's OVG.
Oh, VG. Excuse me.
They're kind of sensitive about that.
That's good.
Yeah, those funds were part of a negotiated contract with OVG Hospitality. So they've been giving us funds to be used specifically for improvements at the Coliseum. We actually have in excess of $5 million from them in contributions. But we've been waiting for the right time, the right project. The only real restriction is it has to be something that is revenue generating. So they wouldn't want the money used to repair a restroom or something like that. They want it for something that generates additional concessions revenue, because that's how they make their money. So we did a presentation in front of the subcommittee on this particular project. It is a high-end suite, if you will, that they really believe that our arena really doesn't have right now, and it's part of the market that we're missing out on. But the construction is fully funded through their donation.
Great, thank you. And?
No, just for my understanding with this, Mr. Hartzman, when they're making that donation, it's just to really keep us, we're being kind of compared to kind of other venues from all across the country, and we wanted to make sure that we can keep on giving to something, but it's not. I hope that you hear that, and that's why we're going to go ahead and support it, because we want this to keep on making money and bringing business into our community. And so if there's another venue from another state, we just want to make sure that we're staying competitive in that way.
Great.
And so we're not here to like rule a billionaire class, and if I promise you that if I'm ever in that seat, I will be sure to buy a ticket. But yes. I probably won't.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me go on to the budget adjustments requiring council approval. F23, Mr. Hartzman. And then Mr. Hicks.
So You're not voting the pull
We
agenda
did,
item
council
separately?
members did not pull the item, so we are not voting on it yet. So if they do,
Fair
we
enough.
will.
Fair enough. George Hartzman, Public Integrity Watch. There's money here from the Coliseum, transfer from the hotel motel occupancy. Looks like $937,000. It's needed to move the funds for tracking them for the LED sports lighting at the Coliseum. Same thing, only different, guys. 2 formal complaints have been filed against the mayor because she is participating and then she wants to benefit from her votes as a member of the Greensboro Sports Foundation's board. Interesting that Larry Davis is the one who's defending a donation, which is absurd in reality, but that's for another day. Because Larry Davis, Trey Davis, Mary Kay, apparently went to a Hunden Partners dinner. Funded
No, I
by
did not. I
You
did not.
didn't?
Mm-mm.
Did that not happen? Are you saying now that it didn't happen?
I was invited, but I don't believe that I went to that one.
Did you go to that, Trey? Did you go to that, Larry?
We're not going to get into a back and forth, Mr. Hartzman. Go ahead.
$21 million bond. You're on the board. They got an illegal gift. They're getting lobbied. That's what they were there for. The point of them being there is to fund this item with city taxpayer dollars. And then Larry Davis made the pitch to council for a $21 million bond to pay for it. And Trey and Larry are taking gifts from a contractor that they oversee. It's illegal. You're spending our money. You're spending our money via the Sports Foundation, wining and dining you, so you come up here and say, hey, if you don't mind, can we spend $21 million on whatever we want at the Coliseum? And by the way, if the Premium Club doesn't look right, let's take a donation from 2021 and make it live in the present, which makes no sense whatsoever because it's a contractual kickback. The term donation is a facade, and you're doing the wrong thing.
Mr. Hicks?
Seems as your minds are already made up, which is quite fine, but I would encourage you, Madam Mayor, to consider that you sit on the Sports Foundation with Corey Corporation, and then I would ask you to consider the relationship that you and your family, financial relationship that you and your family have with Corey Corporation, since we're moving motel and hotel tax money around to fund things at the Coliseum. And I understand that, you all may not see things as a conflict, and the city attorney and others may view the law in one way, but I would argue, and other attorneys have argued, that the very appearance of a conflict suggests that there is a conflict. Nonetheless, I would ask you to consider, before you vote on this, the relationship, and you can shake your head, but the relationship that you have and that your family has with Corey Corporation and the financial benefit that you gain from that, since that seems to be the only way that we can find a conflict of interest. And if you're not sure what that is, I would encourage you to ask before you vote. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do think that just want to make sure for the public and those that are listening that we just sort through a couple of things that have been said. One is the fact that as mayor, the mayor has a responsibility and role in which she sits on a number of boards and in other roles within the city. all of us do in different ways. In this case, it's the Sports Foundation. It will be something else tomorrow, I'm sure. It will change as we go forward. And she's serving that role as is appropriate in her seat as mayor of the city. Secondly, as Councilmember Thurm pointed to, ethics tells us clearly in terms of where our conflicts of interest lie and what we're responsible to. And that fact that is true, that was said before, that unless there is a direct conflict of interest, council members are required to vote on items. So there isn't a conflict of interest here as defined by the state and as what our city attorney has told us, but what we also know from our roles of serving in office on behalf of the city and what we have learned through our ethics training and otherwise. And then I would also just like to acknowledge as well what Councilmember Parker pointed to. These funds that are paying for this setting in particular does come from funds that LVG has set aside specifically for to create a revenue generation for the Coliseum and activities. This program in particular, and these funds in particular, are coming from that pot of funds that was set aside for that purpose. And we were presented with a concept. That concept also included the dollar figures that are expected from the performance of that space, which primarily includes concessions as well as ticket purchases. And so it will continue to be transparent, and we will continue to take these steps, but the mayor does need to vote as her responsibility as city and the mayor. And certainly our senior staff has a responsibility to understand what is happening with all of our both direct and affiliate organizations. So just want to make sure that we're putting those that we're not missing those salient points that really are the contours of this conversation overall.
And lastly, before I ask council if anyone wants to pull anything again, I want to clarify, make sure I received no financial benefit from the Sports Foundation, nor do I receive any financial benefit from Corey Corporation, and I want that to be stated publicly. I received no financial, monetary, or otherwise salary or anything from the Sports Foundation. And Mr. Hartzman, you really don't have to laugh. No, neither do you, Mr. Hicks.
I do, because you're lying, but it's okay.
So I received no direct financial benefit from either of those entities. I volunteer on the Sports Foundation board. Thank you. Does council want to pull any of those items that the speaker spoke about? I'm so sorry. You still had your hand up. I apologize. I didn't see it. No? She still wants, she would still like for someone from the Water Department to speak to F5. Thank you. Mr. Borchers? He could have come this way.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Mike Borchers, Director of Water Resources for the City of Greensboro. F5, as we heard, is a request to go ahead to the Local Government Commission, the LGC, and seek their approval to submit an application for the sale of bond anticipatory notes in the amount of $290 million. It's akin, just for our audience, it's akin to like a construction loan. So like when you and I are going to build a house, what do? We go to the bank and we ask for a construction loan, and we take draws on that based on the process or the percentage of the house being complete. And so, of course, when the house is complete, the construction draws are complete, and then we go ahead and we roll that over into a 30-year mortgage or permanent debt financing. And that's something that we're doing very similar. We have been doing it for many years with the City of Greensboro with a lot of success. We work with the Finance Department. Of course, we work with the City Manager's Office and others to make sure that we go ahead and do it. And I do want to mention that the projects that this will cover, to add up to $290 million, most of the money is going to be spent at our water treatment plants. We're going to spend at our For the forever chemicals at the Townsend and Mitchell water treatment plants, we're going to be spending in excess of $180 million. That's a regulatory requirement. We are required by federal law to remove those emerging contaminants. What we're going to get out of that is much cleaner water for our community. The other thing I would like to reference back, and I'll just continue with these projects, but there's another note I would like to make. We also have significant expenditures to the order of about $35 million at our TZ Osborne wastewater treatment plant. We incinerate our biosolids. That is a very intensive process. It can be very, not only is it complex, but also it can be very much, it's a wear and tear on equipment in machinery. And so what we have to do periodically is we have to go ahead and replace, upgrade, improve equipment there. Also, it includes gensets. So what we want to do is when we lose power from Duke Energy, we want to be able to run the plant. And so part of that is in that bill as well. Southeast feeder main, water line, one of the things that we are very much focused on and trying to make sure that we address is infill. It means basically within or just outside of the loop, the DOT loop that goes around the city, we want to be able to put infrastructure in there to support infill for the city of Greensboro. I know that's important for council, that's important to city manager, and it's important to our department as well. Well, that requires, of course, funds to be able to extend water and sewer to those areas. We also have rehabilitation that we're doing, water and sewer. We have an antiquated water billing system, and so what we're looking at is we've put smart meters in. We want to take advantage of that now and continue to provide additional support to our customers. And so what we're looking at is how can we upgrade our billing system to be more efficient with the dollars that we receive from our customers. And then the last thing is that we've got some upgrades to infrastructure collection system, our sewer collection system. And so that's on the order of several $1 million. But when you add all those projects up, it's $290 million. It's an estimate, but it's what we anticipate spending over the next 2 years to be able to make sure that we provide the highest quality services to our customers. And the last point I would like to make, and if I may, Council, is that City of Greensboro has the second lowest water and sewer rates of all major utilities in North Carolina. The only one that's lower than City of Greensboro is Burlington. And I certainly understand, that there is a financial burden when we go ahead and we have to raise water and sewer rates. But a lot of over 50% of our capital budget goes to address regulatory compliance. And so that's what we're trying to do here. I want to thank all of our customers for your support. I do understand it is a financial burden. We do as much as we can to limit that burden on our customers.
Thank you. Does that help answer everything, Ms. Parker? Thank you very much. Okay, so that's all the speakers on the consent agenda. Did anyone want to pull any items? Hearing none, I would accept a motion. So moved by Mrs. Thurm. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Council, please vote. And that carries 8-0. Thank you all very much. Okay, so now is the time for speakers from the floor on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity to hear from anyone wishing to speak, and generally this is a time of listening for council. After public comment period, we will have council comments if they so wish. The subject that the person is speaking about will be noted, and if it requires action or a request, the city clerk or city manager will note as such and provide steps for any required response or after action. If so, please leave your contact details with the city clerk to facilitate communication. Okay, so we are going to start with Mr. Martin Barrow and then Dave Coker. And as they are coming up, after them will be, Susan Danielson and Keith Holliday. And after them will be Zanzella Savoy and Eric Aft. And you can go in any order you like.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead, please. Yes, no.
this is for, they are speaking on item H1. Did you want to do H1 first to public comment period?
I'm sorry?
Speaking on H1.
Oh, there is an H1.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. H1? It's not listed on mine. It's after public comment. Yes, oh, no. It's taken care of. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Barrow, and I proudly serve as the recruitment coordinator for the Greensboro Fire Department. And this evening, in this capacity, I stand before you representing the local 947. A little background on myself. I was born and raised here in Greensboro. As a matter of fact, I grew up right down the street on East Washington Street. I am a lifelong member of this great community. After college, I began a career in the corporate world. But like many of our firefighters, I was looking for a career that would allow me to provide for my family while also making a difference in the lives of others. What ultimately drew me to the Greensboro Fire Department was not just the opportunity to serve this great community, but also the promise of a stable career with strong benefits and retirement security. In fact, I took a pay cut to become a firefighter because I believed in the long-term value of serving this community and building my future for my family. When I was hired 18 years ago, firefighters had several retirement and long-term incentives that helped make that decision easier. One of those benefits was longevity pay, which recognized years of dedicated service. While new firefighters can no longer receive longevity pay, we now have the opportunity to strengthen our recruitment and retention efforts through the implementation of special separation allowance. This benefit would allow firefighters who have dedicated 30 years of service to begin receiving retirement payments before age 62. For many firefighters, this means that they can retire with dignity after 3 decades of physically demanding work without being forced to seek another full-time job simply to bridge the gap until retirement benefits begin. From a recruitment standpoint, this benefit is critical. Every year I attend career fairs, visit colleges, speak with student athletes, military veterans, and young people from our own community who are exploring career opportunities. They ask about salary, benefits, and retirement. They want to know whether a career in public service will allow them to support their families and plan for the future. Special separation allowance sends a clear message that Greensboro values the men and women who dedicate their lives to protecting this great community. From a retention standpoint, it is equally important. Departments across North Carolina are increasingly adopting this benefit as a standard practice. If we want to continue attracting and retaining top talent as well as our own local talent, we must remain competitive with neighboring agencies. Tonight, I respectfully ask for you to support special separation allowance. It is an investment in recruitment, retention, and the future of public safety in Greensboro. Most importantly, it demonstrates our commitment to the men and women who dedicate their careers to serving this community. Thank you for your time.
Madam City Attorney, I just need to have something clarified, please. Anyone on speakers from the floor can speak on anything they wish, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor, but these speakers are on the H1 agenda.
H1 and H2. So we were trying to, because the room is so full and I've had complaints from the residents, they asked if they could be on speakers from the floor. Is that inappropriate? Should we move them back?
Who you talking about, the fire?
Correct.
The budget items? That would be up to council.
All right. What is council's pleasure? To see if we would like to make them wait till the budget item. We're getting some questions from residents. Make them wait till the budget item, or the thought was because the room is so full that we would go ahead and let them speak at speakers from the floor, and then after speakers from the floor, let the other people speak on the budget items. What is your preference? No, just a consensus. Okay, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm Dave Coker. I've worked as a firefighter in this city for 21 years and have the privilege of serving as the president of the Professional Firefighters of Greensboro. Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm here this evening, and I want to start by saying thank you. Beginning in March, firefighters had the opportunity to meet with every member of this council to discuss extending special separation allowance to firefighters. That request was met with strong support. You said things like, this is fair, this makes sense, this is a good investment. And for that support, we have about 150 firefighters in this room tonight to say thank you. Special separation is not a new concept. Greensboro police officers have been receiving this benefit since 1987. So given the strong support from council, given that this is an established benefit, and given that this is the highest projected cost separation represents is less than 1% of the manager's recommended budget, firefighters were disappointed it was not included in the proposed budget. So tonight, in addition to expressing our gratitude to this council, we respectfully ask that the manager take another look at separation. You know, the Greensboro Fire Department is a world-class organization. We are internationally accredited. We maintain an ISO Class 1 rating. And just this weekend, firefighters responded to a fire in a 2-story motel with long-term residents. Arriving crews encountered heavy fire through the roof, flames about 30 feet in the air. It is estimated those crews saved over $2.7 million in property, and more importantly, there was not a single loss of life at that incident. The level of performance you see does not happen by accident. It is built through decades of investment in personnel, training, recruitment, and retention. Special separation helps protect and strengthen that investment. It helps retain experienced firefighters who built the GFD into the department it is today, and just as importantly, it helps recruit the next generation of talent. Separation positions the GFD as a destination employer and supports our ability to maintain the excellence our city deserves. So tonight, on behalf of the 150 to 160 firefighters you see here and those watching in stations across this city, I want to sincerely thank this council for their support and respectfully ask the manager, add special separation to this year's budget, that it begins in January 1, 2027, and it's extended to GFD personnel with 30 years of creditable service. For that modest investment, remember, less than 1% of the proposed budget, you have the opportunity to extend a life-changing benefit to firefighter families while strengthening recruitment, retention, and the long-term future of fire protection in the city of Greensboro. We respectfully ask you to do so, Mr. Manager. Madam Mayor, thank you for this evening.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you had a comment?
I do have a comment, especially given the level of service individuals we have in the chamber this evening. Thank you all for taking the time. I know that you're on your personal time, but have chosen to come down here to let us know your thoughts and your interests. I do understand all that has been discussed, and we appreciate Mr. Coker sharing his perspective and sharing the voice of the group overall. There's a lot that we are balancing, but this has been an important part of our budget discussions and will continue to be. We absolutely understand the benefit that we have here in our city of having such a distinguished fire department that is behind us and that is supporting us. So thank you for your time and thank you for coming out.
And I just wanted to say thank you all so very much. You know, we hear you loud and clear, and we certainly have been working with the budget, and I do want to have you know that we care about you. I mean, I know, and I say it every single time, that a lot of things depend on how you all go through your daily lives in the fire department and at home too. You certainly have the city of Greensboro as number one, and I know that this council certainly supports you. So thank you all so much. Very appreciated, very appreciated. All right, anyone else? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to make just a few comments.
Sure.
First I want to thank the firefighters for coming tonight and speaking. I'm going to go a little further. I think this is a benefit we need to provide. Our police officers receive it, so should our firemen. They put their lives on the line every day, many physical and health risks to this job. This is a benefit that helps keep our best and brightest in Greensboro. They, as one of the speakers mentioned, they are accredited, ISO rated. They protect us every day. I think it's time that we do the same for them and their families with the special separation allowance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, we'll move on to our next speakers, Mr. Holliday and Ms. Danielson.
Mayor, before
yes.
we start, because of this last comment about the item H, we signed up to be speakers from the floor. Did not realize the budget public hearing was going to be tonight.
Right.
Because of some of the things we're going to be requesting, would you rather us wait and speak?
I think it's okay to go ahead and speak. Speakers from the floor can speak on anything, and even though it is related to the budget, you're welcome to go ahead and speak. No, I don't think so. We got, yes, there's several. I think if anyone is here for H1, we could go ahead and hear them. What is your preference, Mr. City Manager? Since we started with H1 speakers, perhaps we should go ahead can the chair have discretion to move H1 up to this moment? Yes.
Just for point of order.
So all the speakers for H1, the budget.
For the budget, just for point of order, did we have to open up a public hearing? Do we have to open that up? Because I'm not sure if we did that. Did we?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not.
Yes. All right. In effect, we did by letting them speak, correct, Madam City Attorney?
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes. And then we will take a motion to close it when the speakers are finished. Is that helpful, Mr. Holliday? Thank you so much. No, I don't either.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to clarify. So we are moving H1 now.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we ready?
Oh, we're ready. Oh, wait a minute. Give us just a moment till everyone leaves so we can hear. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
They are fabulous, that fire department. It's kind of a hybrid, but yes, we're going to.
Mayor, before our
yes,
speakers,
Mr. City Manager.
Before our speakers speak, let's just make sure that the speakers that are approaching the podium now are speaking on item H1,
Correct.
which is budget related. So currently we are in the public hearing portion for our budget.
Right.
So if you're here for the speaker, the general speaker from the floor, then you need to wait until all of our speakers on the budget H1 item speak.
Right. And we will still need a presentation from the city manager, correct? No? All right.
And hold on, because Ms. Danielson's name is on here for Veterans Memorial. as a speaker from the floor.
Okay.
So please ensure that we're in the public hearing.
Public
for the
hearing
budget.
for the item H1, correct?
Yes. And so if she's not speaking on item H1, this is not the time.
She is wanting to speak
Okay.
for the budget, correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Everyone that I see here is, so yes. Go ahead, Ms. Danielson.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Susan Danielson. I'm the chair of the Guilford County Veterans Memorial, and I am joined by members of our board. We're going to provide you some exciting updates about what's been happening at the memorial and ask for your help in bringing us to the finish line on this very exciting project. This memorial was built in 2002. It was done by donations from some great local businessmen and also from the city of Greensboro was an early donor on that. Since that time, in the 24 intervening years, the memorial has sustained itself on donations from the public, from interest from our endowment, and from the sale of paver bricks. We have not asked for any government funding in those 24 years, but we are asking for it now. Because in August of 2024, we had a significant event in which a storm came through and caused significant damage to our memorial. And so we took that as a launch point to rebuild and modernize the memorial to make it more inviting and more exciting for our visitors. We kept the best of the memorial because fortunately the obelisk was not damaged, but everything behind it was. So we want to offer guests a new visitor's experience every time that they come to the memorial. We want to keep it an inviting place of honor and remembrance. These are some of the new features that you see: 7 new flagpoles, a decommissioned Huey helicopter, 10 paver quotes along the sidewalk, and a large battle cross. We also want to continue to preserve the stories of our veterans. We have space now with this new modernization for approximately 1,379 more personalized bricks. We've also extended our tributes to veterans by placing online tributes where people can upload stories and photos of the people who are honored on those bricks. We think it's very important that we tell their stories. The third and final part, after we're done with the physical renovations, is to have some interactive experiences. We have 2 touch screen kiosks that we're getting programmed, and eventually we're going to have augmented reality throughout the park. We are excited about that because, again, we want it to be a place that's new and exciting every time people come there. It is a costly project. The total cost is reaching about $750,000. You can see on this chart that we have raised a significant amount of donations. We have taken out a loan. We've paid off a significant portion of it, but we still have a deficit that we need help with. We're excited to say that of the monies that we've paid so far for this memorial and for its projected completion, approximately 94% of those funds stay within the city of Greensboro because we've purposely hired local companies. So we do hope that you'll be able to provide us some support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Holliday? And former Mayor Keith Holliday?
Thank you. It's always a pleasure being out here with so calming a meeting and no controversy at all. You guys are doing a great job. I mean, it's amazing. My name is Keith Holliday, and I am honored to be here today speaking to you as a member of the committee, the only non-vet. Every male in my family, from father, grandfather, brother, brother-in-law, they've all been in the military except for me. And I showed up so many times to all their meetings, they decided, well, let's just put him on the board. So thank y'all for that. I stand on their shoulders. They are one of millions of military that have served this country. Council, we live in a rough world. We live in a troubled world. We live in dangers of war, civil unrest, natural disasters. Every day we can watch on TV and see examples of how horrible things are around the globe. 1/3, actually over 1/3 of the people on this earth go to sleep tonight with one eye open and one eye closed because they're fearing the potential of invasion, families just disappearing, government violence against their own people, you name it. It's just, it is a horrible way to live. Everyone in this room, everyone watching on TV here tonight, you sleep soundly tonight. Why? Because of the great, brave men and women of our armed forces who are on guard 24/7 to protect our families and protect our country. One other important aspect of what they do besides just protect us, they take it one step further. They will take a bullet for us. They will lay down their life for us. And over the course of the last 250 years, that has happened to 1.4 million veterans who have been killed defending our country or in the line of duty. It's for those people and for that reason that we need to always remember our veterans, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. I hope, and this is just my opinion, we worry about our young people understanding history and not hearing it. I think every 6th or 7th grader in Guilford County schools should be taking a 2-hour visit to this memorial to understand the history and the sacrifices that were made through the ages to keep us safe and have the kind of quality of life that we have. So I ask simply to ask this council, and we're asking the Guilford County Commissioners to please provide potential help for us so we can finish this project. It's going to be finished in September, even if it's just with borrowed funds, but we do have to pay those funds back, and I hope y'all will dig deep and see if there's any potential rocks you can turn over to figure out how you can help us, and to come visit the memorial and help us with the rededication that will happen in September.
Great, thank you.
Again,
Yes.
some of the board members back here.
Yes, thank you so much. I know that Councilwoman Thurman and I were there at the memorial, and it really is fascinating. I encourage everyone to go and see it. It really, really is. So thank you so much, and thank you, all of you, for coming this evening. All right, I have, let's see, thank you. I have Jenny Kaiser, followed by Marsha, and I'm sorry, Fuchs. This is all on H1. And then Philip Marsh.
No, one down. There you go. And just click through and space bar. Great. Thank you so much. My name is Jenny Kaiser. I live on Erskine Drive in Greensboro, and I am currently the chair of the Greensboro Parks and Rec Commission, and it is an honor to be here. With me, I have two of our other commissioner members. So one of the things that we have today, that we divided our request this year for the budget into two separate things. One are internal requests, and the other are public-private partnerships. So the big one has always been a big one with Parks and Rec, and it is the deferred maintenance. We have lots of different projects that are deferred maintenance, but one of them that has been at our attention at almost every meeting is the Lindley Park pool. And we have repairs to other recreation centers. We have basketball courts and tennis courts that are not in use right now because they are dangerous, and so we need to repair them. We have greenway and playground improvements that need to be made, and so we are requesting a minimum of $2.5 million to be able to make those spaces usable. In addition, last year, at the last budget, we had a decrease in our budget, and so we were unable to have our rec centers and our lakes and our marinas fully funded and fully staffed. And so there was a decrease in hours, and we heard from citizens throughout the city that that was an impairment to their enjoyment of those areas. We also are in the process of completing the Windsor-Chavis No-Cho Center and Park. It'll be opening in mid-2027, so that is part of this budget cycle, and we need to be able to be fully staffed. We need to be able to have the staff there to help the citizens enjoy the space, and so that would be an additional $750,000. Lastly is Bingham Park. We have heard from so many residents of the area that remediating the entire park is a necessity. We are asking for the budget to allow for $5 million a year until completion. This is already about to get started with the project, and we expect a completion by 2031. These are public-private partnerships. We've been in the process of renovating Gillespie Golf Course. We are requesting $2 million. Citizens are already starting to help us fund this, and we have partnerships with different foundations throughout the city. Guilford Woods, it's an $11 million project. We're asking the city to help us out with $2 million. This is to preserve 120 acres of historical significance that includes Revolutionary War, Civil War, and also Native American history. And lastly, we have Hester Park, which is a tennis complex. This is going to be completely funded through private donations and grants, and we would just like your approval to say, yes, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Fouch, Philip Marsh, and then Eric Aft and Zanzella Savoy.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Fouch, and I live in Greensboro. I also am a member of a group called Third Act, which is people who are over 60 years of age, and we work on protecting democracy, voting, and climate. And so I did look at the proposed operating budget and looked at where the money comes from. It looks like a lot of users and fees and charges are property taxes, sales tax, et cetera. It looks like most of that comes from Greensboro residents. And then I looked at page 25 under Water Resources Enterprise Funds, which says it comes from the users, so I'm assuming that's us. And it said in 2024 and 25, the actual amount was $120 billion, and then it says 2026-27, the recommended is $213 billion. So I'm reading this as almost $1 billion hike in water this year, this coming year. And then I look at the 18% rate hike that Duke Energy is proposing after making $5 billion in profits last year. So the reason for that Duke gives for the need for more power plants is to fuel the projected demands from AI and data centers. That's one of the main drivers of it. So in 2022, Greensboro gave Impact Data $530,000 for the Dream Center at A&T. And we were told that at that time that was for a 9 to 10 megawatt data center to power AI and a workstation. And now we hear that it may be 3 times that size. So 2022 was a different time. There's much more evidence of the impact that AI and data centers have on the community, which includes using a massive amounts of water and electricity. Other areas of concern are water and noise pollution, heat islands, runoff, and flooding. And this is not to mention AI's impact and loss of jobs, increased surveillance, and we don't know what else. So this is about the city operating budget and the budget of all of those who live here. So we elect you to make decisions in our name and manage the money we pay into the city through taxes, fees, services, et cetera. But we're all living in this same pond. And if we pollute it and raise prices so high no one can live here, that doesn't really serve anyone. Right now, it's clear we all need more information, education to know the exact cost in dollars and cents and human cost of what data centers and AI mean for Greensboro in 2026. So there is a speaker, Dr. Rania Masri, who will be at College Park Baptist on next Tuesday speaking, and she's one of the foremost speakers and has probably the most knowledge about data centers and AI.
Great.
We invite
Thank
you
you.
to come.
Thank you. Mr. March? Mr. Marsh, and then Mr. Aft, and then Ms. Savoy. If anyone else is here for item H1, we have some who signed up for public comment who are actually here for H1, the budget. So if anyone is, please just come to the center of the room, and then when you come up, give me your name so I can mark you off the list as being here for budget. Mr. Marsh?
Thank you. So yeah, I just have some questions, and my questions in particular are when the city manager was Ty Jayoba, we had funds allocated for East Washington Street, the East Washington Street corridor. We've had numerous conversations about this. I've spoken with Ms. McCray about this. I've had people speak with the city manager, Mr. Davis, about this. And it seems we've gone through a whole budget cycle without no action being taken. Naturally, it's very hard to get funds appropriated to something. Lord knows East Washington Street needs all the help it can get. And so my question is what is going to happen with those funds? There was no work done from what I've seen. And so that is my question with regards to the budget is what is the status of those funds? Will those funds roll over or will they just disappear and we lost an opportunity? And it just goes to a larger point. The city of Greensboro is on fire. I mean, you know, it was really on fire with the last council that we had. There was kind of a reprieve that was given with the new council members that came on, but that goodwill is kind of gone. We just can't keep stumbling over our own feet with things where we shoot ourselves in the foot. Like this right here is an unforced error. We have too many things to do downtown where we try to get things moving, and for different reasons, things don't happen, whether it's because of politics, whether it's because of personality. It's just ridiculous. And I just think that it just is an untenable situation where we have so many things that we need to do, and those things aren't being accomplished in a professional manner. And that rests at the feet of our city manager. Trey Davis does not do his job, and we have to take account to that. It is ridiculous that we have something that funds were allocated for, and you have to get on council, as Ms. Black did with the Randleman Road corridor, but we have a main thoroughfare that students from A&T and Bennett use, and Mr. Trey Davis doesn't have a clue. It just really is ridiculous, and like I said, we need to know what's going to be done with those funds. We need to have action on East Washington Street immediately, and we really would like city staff to do their job and coordinate their responsibilities to get this done. Thank you very much.
Hey,
Thank
Trey.
you. Anyone? Ms. Crawford?
Trey, can you speak to that?
Yeah, just for a point of clarity, I think the last speaker was speaking of the previous manager allocated a small pot of funding for corridors efforts. There were not a great amount of funding that would address different infrastructure needs, but to get a start on addressing things. I believe the last speaker also is referencing the Washington Street or East Washington Street area. The group that was assisting or managing those funds, that is part of what we're doing to ensure that we enhance our depot, which is the main center point of that area and property that the city does own. But Council, I can give you an additional update.
Great, thank you. All right, Mr. Aft and then Ms. Savoy.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, it is great to be with you tonight. My name is Eric Aft. It's my honor to serve as the CEO of Second Harvest Food Bank of Northwest North Carolina. Just last month, we celebrated the 5th anniversary of our Greensboro Center at 2517 Phillips Avenue. It has been a tremendous resource for the community and really actually the 5 eastern counties that we serve out of the 18. Most importantly, we've been proud to serve Guilford County and Greensboro for our entire 44-year history. Here in Guilford County, we support 116 partner programs providing food assistance to our neighbors here in the county. And those are delivered by 64 of our partner agencies that are doing things like pantry programs, shelters, congregate meal programs, summer meals, food for seniors. It's critical programs helping to address the critical issue of food insecurity here in Guilford County. And we're very proud to partner with the city and the county and the residents and, of course, those wonderful partner agencies. The fact is that we are very proud of the fact that last fiscal year, we were able to invest with our partners 11.7 million pounds of food here in Guilford County, equal to about 9.8 million meals for the residents here. That is the largest amount that we provide to any county, including where our headquarters are in Forsyth, which received about 9.8 million pounds of food, again, compared to 11.7. That's actually a point of pride for us because it speaks to relationships. It speaks to the fact that we are focused on getting food to where it is needed most, and that we do this in partnership, that we do it together with community. We have run programs, residential development programs, and resident leadership programs out of our Greensboro facility that have been very successful, that have been resident-led, because we know that if we do not do things in collaboration with residents, that there's no reason to do it. It's about doing it together and creating the difference that we can. So as we go forward, we want to celebrate our 5th anniversary and our 44th year providing service to this community. We look forward to building on our work and doing even more to address the critical issue of food insecurity in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Savoy?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Today, I'm wearing a different hat. My name is Zanzella Savoy, and I live in Northeast Greensboro. I know quite a few of you seem more like family than council members because the way you have supported Greensboro and has especially support my home, Northeast Greensboro. I've been a resident of Greensboro for 63 years. And as they say, pork is the best meat. And speaking of food, and being on the Second Harvest Food Bank Board of Directors, believe it or not, and I'm on the executive board and the board secretary. The Second Harvest Food Bank needs to grow. Some things have come to Greensboro and some things have left. Some things need to stay and some things definitely need to go. But with the Second Harvest Food Bank being located in Northeast Greensboro, it has brought a tremendous amount of things to Northeast Greensboro. We have had pantry deliveries at that location. We have even had 18-wheeler trucks, 4, 5, 6, 10 of them delivering on any given point in time that was scheduled, but for some reason the residents felt like the traffic was too much. That is something I really would like you guys help with to clean up because we need to get back to doing that because a lot of residents benefited from that. We want to feed and give hope and educate. We want to feed because besides the pantries, we have community members that actually go out and give out food at different community events. They ask the Second Harvest Food Bank for produce to actually go out and give at different events. Please keep in mind that even though the Second Harvest Food Bank Distribution Center is located in Northeast Greensboro, that is not the only place we feed. If you look at the information that was given to you by our CEO, you will see that there are pantries, on the west side. So it is a worldwide situation of food insecurity, but also all over Greensboro. And any way that the council can support what I call my Greensboro family, I've been here for 63 years, you're my family now, give, whether it's a penny in the piggy bank, whether it's food, whether it's also giving of your time. It is very important that we try to put a stop to food insecurity, because guess what? Food insecurity comes in several different ways. SNAP. We put up a big fight for the SNAP program. That's a food insecurity. So let's support the Second Harvest Food Bank. Second Harvest Food Bank supports the SNAP program. It's very important to me that the community stands up and recognize the gifts that we have. And when you have an organization like the Second Harvest Food Bank that has given out the abundance pounds of food that Eric explained that has been done, let's look and see how we can help with giving a piece of pork chop or putting a penny in a piggy bank. Whatever it takes to make sure that the kids are not hungry and the children are not hungry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe, the Teams group asking for funding for Teams. And please give me your name so I can mark you off the list.
I'm Fritz Rich, F-R-I-T-S-C-H. I'm Reverend Fritz Rich, here today representing Keep Gate City Housed. First thing I'd like to say to the mayor and to council is thank you for funding the tenant eviction advocacy mediation program for the last 5 years. This past year, 850 households who are facing eviction received positive outcomes because you made legal aid support available to them when they most needed it, so thank you. Now, we're here to ask you to continue to support the team clinic in this year's budget, but not only that, to make ongoing support permanent. This council has affirmed its commitment to housing availability and fairness. The most direct cause of homelessness is eviction. Eviction not only puts people out of housing, but it also limits their ability to find housing in the future. Ongoing commitment to the TEAM program ensures that more families in rental situations can maintain and build upon the foundation that stable housing affords them. Now, I'd also like to address an opinion of some that property taxes used to support programs such as TEAM are an undue and unfair burden. Now, I just received my updated property tax bill, freely admit it did not fill me with joy. Nonetheless, we Americans believe we are government of the people, by the people, and for the people. A government has an obligation to all its citizens, and citizens have responsibilities to one another. This means that budgets are moral documents and taxation is a moral issue. And if one wishes to frame this from a Christian perspective, Jesus sets the moral bottom line. Whatsoever you do for the least of these, you do for me. From a Judeo-Christian perspective, the answer to the question, are you my brother's keeper, has always been yes. Those of us who are successful benefit not only from our own hard work, but the favorable environment of our nation, local community, generations of history, the supportive work of others, and just good luck that have afforded us. Others work hard night and day, face obstacles that you and I cannot even imagine, and don't end up with anything like the same kind of benefits. We live in the same community together. Dr. King said, we are caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. We succeed or fail with one another.
Thank you. All right, next.
Hello, Council. My name is Sarah Seguin. That's S-E-G-U-I-N.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sarah, and I am a tenant organizer with Keep Gate City Housed. And I'm here to ask the council tonight to continue funding the teen clinic and legal aid support. As I've spoken to residents, a clear pattern is emerging. An eviction is not just a day in court. It does not happen overnight, and neither its funding must be a one-time event either. There is a long buildup of the landlord's failure to repair maintenance issues consistently being reported by tenants across this city. Many tenants are trying to pay rent on time. There's a hidden cost to tenants when rent falls short. Hotel rooms, bug sprays, bug bombs, extra expensive water and electric bills, they all add up, and tenants feel tired, exhausted, frustrated, and are out of ways to fight alone. That's where funding to legal aid has been able to step up and meet the needs of 850 households across Greensboro this year. As we've observed in Court Watch, when people have access to legal counsel, families are able to stay housed and avoid the fallout of trying to rent again after an eviction. This year in Guilford County, over 17,000 families are facing evictions, and tenants need access to TEAM so that people can have legal resources so that they can stay housed. As a tenant myself, it is difficult finding access to resources when things go wrong in an urgent moment. 2 years ago, during one of the hurricanes that hit Greensboro, my apartment flooded, and maintenance failed to act in a timely manner, and I was left with mildew. I was 24 and unsure of what my rights were, but I knew that something was wrong, and I knew that my landlord had some work to do and some explaining. If I had known about legal aid back then, or if it had been funded to how it is today, I might have been able to get money back for that flood or the hidden costs that I had to face, buying hay bales, a shovel to dig my own trench, and constantly having to follow up with my own time with maintenance when they failed to repair the issue. Funding the teen clinic is crucial now as evictions continue to rise and the state and federal governments are failing to fund housing needs of Guilford tenants. We have to keep this program running and thriving because tenants deserve a council who not only wants to keep us housed, but will also approve the funding to be able to do so. And I just wanted to say thank you so much to Legal Aid for being out here tonight, and shout out to Jim and the rest of the team that makes sure that people stay housed, and that even though people are facing impossible choices when it comes to evictions, that they do have some options. And let's keep those options open and widely available to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, and your name, please?
Malia Imes. Good evening, council members. My name is Malia Imes. 2 years ago, City Council chose to invest in a TEAM program. As someone who leads the Keep Gate City Housed Eviction Court Watch program, I can tell you that investment is making a difference every day in eviction court. As the Court Watch lead, I see in full effect the 90% of landlords who have legal representation. So much so that the top 2 firms who represent landlords split up between having their own courtrooms in the courthouse, so they don't have to wait for the other firm to finish up with all 30 of their evictions before they start evicting people themselves. While 90% of landlords have attorneys, only 10% of tenants do. And when they do, it's often legal aid. Legal aid evens the playing field. A case that took 30 minutes the first hearing and was continued for whatever reason can end up getting dismissed next trial with legal aid. Legal aid is able to support tenants in court thanks to the TEAM program. Together with the mediation services of UNCG, they have been vital to preventing evictions in Greensboro. Even our county judges have acknowledged them as a resource for tenants in court. There are several magistrates who ask TEAM Project to introduce themselves at the start of court, or for their assistance in cases that they believe can be resolved outside of court. And in 2025 alone, the TEAM Project helped 850 tenants avoid eviction. Additionally, TEAM Project provides resources that can be beneficial to tenants. There have been countless times I have been oblivious to tenants showing mental health issues and confused why they are acting the way they are in court. Meanwhile, TEAM Project has already recognized this and has thought up of some resources to help this tenant with their housing situation. Whenever TEAM Project and legal aid aren't in the room, I witness the magistrates in distress. Not every case that comes to eviction court needs to end with an eviction on a tenant's record. Some shouldn't have made it to court in general, and magistrates acknowledge this. This is harder to avoid when there's no one in the courtroom to advocate for the tenants. Magistrates look for TEAM Project and their qualified mediators to help tenants and landlords come to a resolution. And magistrates look for legal aid to provide the vital legal advice they are prohibited to say. With 2 courtrooms in the Greensboro courthouse, both running Monday through Thursday, one being open only afternoon and one being open both sessions, every day, there is a lot of need for funding. And these same legal aid and team project workers have to be in the High Point Courthouse too. We encourage you not only to fund legal aid, but also to keep funding the team project in your budget. The city invested in the team program because of housing stability. Today, magistrates rely on the program, tenants rely on the program, and hundreds of Greensboro residents have avoided eviction because of the program. We ask that you continue that investment. Thank you. And shout out to Jim Coleman for legal aid for being here.
Great, thank you. All right, also, Mr. Blackman, I'm sorry, Mr. French, I apologize. I
That's
looked
okay.
up, I thought you were.
That's all right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Charles French, lifelong Greensboro resident, retired city employee, and former president of the Greensboro City Workers Union. I've read this budget, not the summary, but the actual budget, and the current one and the proposed one. I also pulled budgets from Charlotte and Raleigh and compared them to ours. And I want to start by saying that this budget isn't all bad. Raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour for city workers, that's the right move. The infrastructure work, 13 miles of water mains, the 90 streets resurfaced, and the 2 bridges, that's real. The community safety department, that's smart. And the Clemson University study confirmed that our Coliseum complex generated $553 million in economic impact last fiscal year. That's 1,252 events and 1.7 million people. That's a number we can be proud of. So I'm not here to tear the budget down. I'm here to make it stronger. But here's what concerns me. Our budget has grown from $802 million to $831 million to now $913 million in 3 years. That's $111 million in growth. And during that same time, our library hours were cut, our park hours were cut, and the essential workers who keep this city running are still dealing with a merit system that rewards who you know and not how you work. The budget is growing, but the people aren't feeling it. The $553 million Coliseum study, that was the first one in 12 years. A $500 million asset going 12 years without a public checkup. Our transit system projected 4 million riders. Actual ridership was 2.3 million, a 42% gap. And only 7.4% of GTA's operating costs comes from fares. The rest is subsidized. These aren't opinions. These are the city's own numbers. Each of you has already received 2 proposals from me. The first is a 6-point revenue accountability and growth initiative. The second is a performance and growth strategy for the Coliseum complex. Every number on both documents is sourced and verifiable. I'm not asking the city to spend less. I'm asking the city to measure more and to start asking, what are we getting back from what we spend? I want to close with this. I'm not here asking for anything, no position, no contract, no platform. I am a citizen who read the budget and believed the responsible thing to do was bring solutions, not just concerns. It used to be an honor to work for the city of Greensboro. I want it to remain that way for the citizens and for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. I have George Hartzman, Del Stone, Jason Hicks on H1 as well.
Go to another one after that. That can focus. There you go. George Hartzman, Public Integrity Watch. Greensboro's proposed property tax increase is 21%. It's 21%. The proposed property tax hike for Guilford County is 19%. Do the math. We were told home values rose by 40 to 45%. That's not true. The median home value for residences in
Guilford County rose 59.73%. Mr. Budget Director provided City Council an example of a home valued at $307,300, which grew by a modest 21.8%. The problem is, in that tier, the median increase was 57%, 58 really, for 54,000 homes. So the example from the budget director for the biggest category was dramatically low. A factual inexactitude. It was misleading. It was deceptive. Guilford County shows the median increase was 2.65 times larger than the example that was printed in the News and Record. The public has been misled. The annual combined city-county tax increase would be roughly $1,500 instead of the $81 the budget director was quoted as saying in the workshop. So you got a real problem here, because the lower priced house, the more it went up in value. And we've had this discussion. It hurts the poorest people among us the most. So you're doing a 20%, essentially between you and Guilford County, a 20% increase. And you're using the revaluation to disguise a massive tax increase. You did the same thing in 2022. You did the same thing, and you're repeating it. You're putting a tax increase based on a lie. 15%. We're third in the country for delinquent debts. Real disposable income is going down. You are going to hurt the poorest people if you pass this budget as written.
All right, thank you. I still have Jason Hicks, Del Stone, Mike Perdue, then Deanna DiLoberto. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that incorrectly.
Good evening again. Jason Hicks, not with Public Integrity Watch. Tonight, I want to take a critical look at the proposed police department budget. The budget is nearly a 9.9% increase. First, there is serious concerns about the technology costs, specifically the Axon contract. The city is paying about $2.3 million more for Axon services, which include body cams, tasers, cloud storage. And Axon is well known across the country for long-term bundle contracts that escalate over time and lock cities in. Second, the performance measures in this budget are not strong enough. The department sets the budget sets broad goals like reducing crime per capita, but most of the reporting focuses on inputs, calls for service, workload, and crime categories. What's missing are outcome measures that actually matter, such as clearance rates over times, use of force trends, community satisfaction, and racial disparity data. For a $120 million department, that level of accountability is not sufficient. Third, which is really important, I believe, is the Behavioral Health Response BHART program has handled more than 5,500 interactions in 2025, with about 99% resolved without force. That is exactly the kind of outcome we should be investing in. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But the expansion of BHART is modest and gradual, while nearly $48 million continues to flow into the traditional patrol with far less structural change or scrutiny. Which leads me to the fourth point, that patrol makes up almost 40% of the entire police budget, which is ridiculous, especially when we look at the outcomes, particularly for black people in this community that make up nearly 65% of the regulatory stops. But it is the most, patrol is the most, or the least rather, explained category of all. There's little analysis of staffing levels, development strategies, or response times to show what that investment of 40% is producing in measurable terms. And then finally, the budget referenced COPS funded positions, which is a federal program, but does not clearly explain what happens when that federal funding expires. That creates a long-term fiscal risk that is not addressed. So the concern is not simply the size of the increase or even the amount. It is what is missing inside the structure of the budget itself concerning public safety. This budget funds continuity well, but it does not ask enough hard questions about outcomes, accountability, or whether $120 million is actually delivering measurable public value.
Hicks.
Thank you.
All right, I have Del Stone, then Mike Perdue, then Deanna DiLiberto.
If you only listen to what this council says, you will get a very distorted picture of what they actually do. This budget is a prime example of that. Even with public dissatisfaction and mounting controversy regarding the unpopular new police chief and the recent killing by GPD officer Louis Wyatt of Greensboro resident Saeed Azine, this council is funneling more money and resources to the police than ever before. Some numbers for you. The budget for public safety is increasing by over $20.5 million. The police budget alone is increasing by over $10.7 million, nearly a 10% increase. Meanwhile, services such as cemetery operations and housing and neighborhood development are having their budgets cut. More than a quarter of the entire city budget goes to public safety. That is nearly half of the total general fund expenditures. The police department is the largest single line item after the Water Resources Enterprise Fund, which is funded by residents directly through our water bills. The police department is also receiving the greatest increase in staffing, a total of 30 personnel. The increase in employees for public safety is more than all the other service areas combined. And where is the money going? Apparently, a more than $2 million cost of business increase for the Axon platform, as we just heard about, including cameras and tasers. Another $2.3 million plus for Motorola radios and the Real-Time Intelligence Center, about which we still know very little. There is approximately $1 million in various security contract costs, and of course, we will have to pay the new police chief his $250,000 salary. At the same time the police are getting record funding, important line items remain unfunded. As the city manager himself notes, major needs remain in areas such as employee health insurance, deferred maintenance, as we also heard about tonight, and requested service enhancements. And this recommendation does not fully fund all of them. Though, of course, as a former police officer himself, Trey Davis made sure everything the police wanted was fully funded. What about alternatives to violent policing? Well, the budget for violent prevention and alternative response together is just 2% of the amount awarded to the police department. Even though these programs are only deploying their strategies on schedule 40% of the time, have just 50% satisfaction among stakeholders, and have less than 24 staff total, which either requires further funding or further evaluation, but clearly they're really not getting either. With a budget like this and with priorities so clearly articulated, we shouldn't wonder why housing and infrastructure remain inadequate. We shouldn't be surprised when police brutalize more people with impunity, and we won't wonder whose hands are soaked in blood.
Is Mike Perdue here? All right, Deanna. And I want to say your name correctly, DiLiberto.
My name is Dina Marie DiLiberto, and I am speaking tonight as a Greensboro homeowner, taxpayer, and resident. I appreciate the work involved in preparing the city's budget, but I am deeply concerned that the proposed tax rate and fee increases continue placing additional financial pressure on residents who are already struggling with rising costs. While the proposed property tax rate is lower than the current rate, it still remains significantly above revenue neutral. Combined with rising utility costs, solid waste fees, insurance premiums, and inflation, many residents will experience significant increases in their overall housing expenses. Recent data also shows that lower valued homes experience some of the largest percent increases in assessed value. That means many working families, seniors on fixed incomes, and longtime residents may bear a disproportionate share of these added costs. I understand the city has important goals, including Vision 36 and efforts related to housing and homelessness. However, affordability must remain part of the conversation. Increasing financial burden on residents can unintentionally worsen housing instability and make it harder for people to remain in their homes. Before moving forward above a revenue-neutral rate, I encourage the Council to carefully review spending priorities, evaluate opportunities to reduce non-essential expenditures, and focus first on core city services. Greensboro residents want safe neighborhoods, reliable infrastructure, and responsible budgeting. They also want to be able to afford living in the city they call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Sure. Ms. Crawford, Councilwoman Crawford.
I
has a
don't
question.
want to reduce what she's saying, but I do want to see if Larry or John can say something about the discount or the homeowner reduction around taxes, the program for seniors. Yeah.
Yeah, happy to. There's actually a couple of them. One that is run through the county, which is often referred to as the homestead exemption. And then we also have a program that the city started 3 years ago now for homes and income at certain levels. You can be eligible for essentially a rollback of your taxes to a previous year. The program is managed through our Housing and Neighborhood Development Department, and on their website they have the application information. I would encourage folks to go there for the information.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Does that answer you?
And Larry, just a quick point. The rollback year for those seniors, is it still pegged at 2020?
Yes, sir. Well,
Okay.
2022.
2022 now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. That is all the speakers I have for item H1, and that is item H1 about the budget. Is there council discussion? And we will take a break after the H1. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I appreciate the last speaker in particular, because I do think that you really stated succinctly some of the challenges that we are balancing that our community is facing. There is quite a bit that is putting pressure on our residents overall. And as you may have heard at our council work session last week, pardon me, there was quite a bit of discussion by council asking for the manager to really take a look at this budget and how it's being put forward, and to really look at those priorities. As you were pointing out, there is a lot to balance in terms of infrastructure and public safety, and surely in terms of ensuring that we have a government that is functioning and meeting the service needs of our residents. At the same time, we want people to be able to afford to live here, and we don't want to lose them in the process. So I just really want to thank you for those comments. I want to thank the staff for, we had a power session last week. I know there's more to talk about that you are considering and bringing back to us, but I just want to acknowledge that this is a difficult time nationally. You know, I'm still paying upwards of $5 almost $5 a gallon. I need to figure out somewhere else to get gas, but it's to say that there's a lot of pressure that is facing our pocketbooks as individuals and individual taxpayers, and we do recognize that, and at least I do, and I know from listening to other council members, there's a complete understanding overall. So thank you all for coming out, and I appreciate just all of the comments.
Yes, and seeing no one else come up for that, I would like a motion to close the public hearing, please. Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Ms. Parker. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, thank you.
Aye.
I was just worried someone else was coming up. I've seen some people walk in the door. Okay, and let's see, who else? Anyone else with comments? Councilmember Thurm.
I wanted to just clarify one thing that Mr. French said. He spoke about the merit system and compensation for non-public safety employees. And I just want to clarify that at the staff's request and the employees' request several years ago, we moved from a merit system to a step system. Several years later, the staff has actually, the workers have actually come back to us and said, didn't work the way we thought it would, and we would like to go back to a merit system. So yes, this budget does include us returning to a merit system for those employees, and that was at those employees' request. So I just wanted to clarify that to make sure that our employees knew that we did follow up with their requests. It was a request from last year at the last minute. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make that drastic a change in the budget at the last minute last year. We committed to them that we would make that change this year, and we did. So I just wanted to state that since he brought that issue up.
Anyone else? All right. I would just like to make a comment or two. I do know that staff and council has worked very, very hard and diligently on this budget. It has been where we have spent days, and council members and staff have spent hours and hours and working well into the evenings and afternoons and during the day, all of those things. So I appreciate everything that staff has done working toward this budget, and I appreciate every single council member. I know that it has been tough on some of you, and Adam as well, taking time away from your other works and making sure that you understood the budget and why it was this way. I do want to say that a lot of the things that the city purchases and a lot of the staffing and a lot of the raises that we need to give have raised quite a bit. Some of our products that we buy, some of our supplies have gone up 30, 40, 50%, just like everyone else. So, I do appreciate everyone's hard work on this, and I'm sure we will still have a few more considerations in the budget. So thank you all so very much. So do I have a motion to accept the budget? Yes.
I wanted to just tell the public what the next steps were that we are all still considering. I appreciate everybody that came out tonight to speak on it, and I just wanted to maybe advise that the next steps are all of our feedback. We had a work session last week. A lot of council has already asked the management and staff to take our feedback into consideration, and then tonight we receive yours. And so we're scheduled for a work session on the 11th and then another meeting on the 16th. And so I just want to let you know that no decisions have been made on the budget as of tonight.
Yes, and I just want to remind everyone that we will be voting on this budget on June 16th. So, I know that staff has been, you want to speak, Mr. Holston? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a little bit, just to hitchhike on Councilmember Parker, that we do have a budget that's been presented. As council members, we have asked our city manager to sharpen his pencil and see what else can happen. I mentioned before that we're a customer service organization. Our responsibility is to take care of our customers, and those are our residents. At the same time, we also realize that in taking care of our customers, sometimes there may be higher costs. There may be things that weren't in the budget before that have to be put in the budget now. So we're trying to find our very best, I won't say a happy medium, but find a way that we get the work of the city done, but we don't do it by imperiling our residents overtly. So again, the budget isn't finalized yet. The budget is still in a state of, it's a dynamic budget right now. The work sessions are coming up, and then it won't be until at the earliest June 16th that we take a vote. It may be that the budget doesn't pass then, and we still have to work and continue to work on getting it where it needs to be. But we're taking into account the needs of the city, but also the desires of our residents to ensure that they're getting the best bang for their budget dollar.
Thank you. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break and be back.
Parking in downtown Greensboro is easy with the Park mobile app. You can easily pay for parking in any public surface lot or on-street meter location using this simple, user-friendly app. After downloading and opening the app, you will see a map displaying your location and nearby parking zones. Once you've parked, confirm your zone number on the closest Park mobile sign, select the amount of time you'd like to stay, and complete your payment. Need to extend your time? Open the app and add to the maximum time limit allowed in the zone. No smartphone, no problem. Call 877-727-5301 to set up your payment. Need ADA accessible parking? Display your valid plot card and select the accessible zone in your location, even if you aren't in a designated accessible space. Friendly reminder, parking is free in public surface lots and on-street locations after 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Parking is also free all weekend and on city-recognized holidays. So plan your next trip downtown, support your favorite small businesses, and don't forget to use the Park mobile app for convenient, hassle-free parking payments.
In October of 1924, a group of people got together and said, we just got through the Great War. We need a museum.
When you go through the museum as a whole, you see just how incredibly rich and diverse the history is of this city, which in some ways a microcosm of the nation as a whole.
I love that the museum is here because it gives me a chance to step in the world and be able to create and understand and to analyze and to criticize, to judge, just to do all the things that we should be doing as citizens.
It's a place where people can always come to see what was it like and what used to be here.
We have treasures here. To have them be open and accessible and free is one of the greatest benefits.
People are in the same room listening to a speaker because the museum has brought them in. And I see that, I'm like, you know what? This is a way to foster and bridge understanding.
The Greensboro History Museum is very vital to Guilford County and Greensboro that takes care and covers every bit of the city's history.
The public-private partnership is a beautiful relationship with the city and the museum. There's lots of value in that relationship.
It's a very special place, and it's really where you can come to learn about Greensboro's past, but you can learn also about where Greensboro's going.
Together with our community, the Greensboro History Museum collects stories and objects, connects generations, and challenges people to think about the past, the present, and the future.
A local museum is just as important as a state museum or a national museum. We have the responsibility of capturing, maintaining, and telling the story of people and community.
Our archive consists of around 700,000 individual items, including documents, photographs, maps. It's important to collect materials from our local history to provide our community with an identity.
Everything from archaeological material to military material to pieces of fine art. It's a little bit of everything, and it really shows you the breadth and history of Greensboro. And they range in date from about 14,000 years ago to very recent.
It's really eye-popping to see part of the Woolworth lunch counter. It's incredible to see a WFNY News 2 vintage camera. It is incredible to see a dress worn by Dolly Madison. So seeing these artifacts, getting a sense of their size, their color, how incredible it is that they even survived. That is the value of the Greensboro History Museum.
I so much enjoy the log house, the buildings in the park. I so much enjoy being able to go into those spaces and see how a family of 9 managed to survive in a 3-room house.
When I saw the worn army jacket, I related that to my father and to other that served in World War II. And so I thought, this is something that I would like to see restored.
It's a documentation. Future generations are going to be able to
look back and marvel at how different it was, or how cool it was, or maybe even how innovative that we were.
It's our job not just to tell the stories of the past and educate about the past, but also document the present, because we take our job so seriously of taking care of what we have here for future generations. Those stories can continue to come. More mysteries will unfold.
People like to play, people like to engage their minds, whether it's a scavenger hunt, a bicycle tour, or any other kind of activity. That's a way to get people to connect with history in a new way.
The Greensboro History Museum plays a vital role in our community, helping our students understand who they are and why they are where they are.
We're really excited about the different programs that we can help to inspire. One of the big joys for the students are getting to see the fire steam engine. It evokes a sense of wonder in them, that this is a piece of history, and this is what fire trucks came from over 100 years ago. And being really able to see that, it just makes them overjoyed, and they talk about it for the rest of the field trip.
The value of this history museum for the community is how much history is here. One of the first parts of the exhibit that starts off with the settlers coming to Greensboro, and all the way to the end where you can see lime scooters. It is a truly all-encompassing history.
People who come here to the museum will be very surprised at the connections that they will make. There will be something that will connect you as an individual to what you're seeing.
The thing that gets me most excited about the museum and the offerings here is that it's not just about the past. We're creating memories, we're creating history every single day.
I think the museum has inspired connections among the public by trying to make sure that different kinds of histories are exhibited. There's nobody who would feel excluded. I experience the museum as very inclusive of different perspectives and ways of being.
The past is always changing because the questions that we're asking of what happened in the past are changing. It's many, many stories, many puzzles, and it will continue to change each year, each generation will look back and look at things a little bit differently. And as long as we preserve what we have here, they will be able to do that.
Even though there are things here that may be uncomfortable, it is good and valiant and great that the museum wants to show that instead of hiding it.
There are so many hidden figures in history, and the museum really brings those out. I can then look at the history. Some of it is uncomfortable for me to hear about, but I can make my own judgments about it, and it encourages me to be a critical thinker.
The city and the nation have been through very difficult times, but I see that there's this ongoing thread of people trying to make changes that is inspiring to me.
There's always a lesson in the past, just like there's a lesson in the present. And so I think it's important for us to understand both, and even looking at the impact of the past on the present so that you can then make that tweak or make that change that can hopefully impact the future.
The Greensboro History Museum plays a vital role in our community, helping our students understand who they are. When I get the opportunity to walk inside a building and I can see something for myself, that power becomes mine. And I think the museum is just a powerful place for kids and adults.
As we're celebrating this wonderful centennial of the Greensboro History Museum, well, there's so much more history to be made. In looking ahead, What could the next 100 years hold? We're shaping it today, and we'll be celebrating it in the future.
We have so many different trailblazers in our community, and I think in order to honor that, that spirit of resilience, I think you do have to take stock in what has occurred, what has happened, and how you can continue to carry that legacy forward.
In the last decade, the museum has really made a very concerted effort to make sure the rich cultural diversity of this community is represented.
It's a place where we can gather, where we can tell stories, where we can really believe in a vision of a better community.
The museum serves as a gathering place for the community because our public programs are the kinds of things that draw people together. We have the serious programs where we have brilliant scholars come in, but we also try to do a lot of fun programs too, like our speakeasy, that there's a chance for people to come, dress up, and really immerse themselves.
Well, I love that the museum always does a Lunar New Year celebration. It draws so many people outside of the Asian community to engage in a culture that might be very different from theirs.
Our history is for everyone. It's not just one part of town, it's not one group of people, but it's for all of us.
A very important part of what we do is enable people to connect, be curious about what's happened, and by preserving these objects and letters for future generations, that all helps us build these connections together.
I need the museum to keep cobwebs out of my brain, and the museum needs me to volunteer.
I say it's free, just go. It's open all week, it's a really fun time. And putting those little roots of community into the museum and say, come back, we're always here.
The Greensboro History Museum believes and supports community. The Greensboro History Museum is an investment in the future of future generations.
The museum has transitioned to be a world-class museum. I know that those things are true. Valuable exhibits and valuable collections.
It is a remarkable place. We're gifted with it being a Smithsonian affiliate. That makes it extra special too.
Then museums are like a spaceship. You walk into the museum and you feel like you're moving through time. I leave museums feeling both a combination of inspired, but also feeling that things are possible because other people went through them.
As long as our museum can feed the curiosity, keep that sense of wonder, we will have an important role in our community.
We are the gateway for being able to tell them the story of this city, and we make the past relevant to the present. It's a place people can imagine our city's future together.
go to speakers from the floor. I have Dr. Ahmad. Yes. You may come and speak now.
There's a desk right in front of you.
Okay.
And there's, if you'll come to your left a little bit, there's a microphone right there.
Right there?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dr. Angel Ahmad. While I am not a lifelong resident of Greensboro, I love this city. I came here first hired to establish A&T's creative writing program. I taught there for 20 plus years. And I also attended a city academy where I learned about the inner workings of the city. It was in attending that academy that I realized all the pieces that make the city work and how important it is as citizens we participate and volunteer. I live in a community, Kensington Trace. It's been in existence since 1987. We're a small community of homeowners. These people have raised their children, and now many of them are retiring in their greatest investment, their homes. I am doing the same. I've recently retired. I love my community, but our community doesn't feel so safe. We have a homeowners association, and our president has been in touch with the city about some issues we're having. And we've gotten promises from the city to address the issues, but the promises have gone unanswered. We're living in a community being invaded by homeless people. I understand the difficulty of homelessness. I don't take it lightly. However, they're living on property that belongs to the city. It's adjacent to our property. They're coming on to the property of homeowners. People are waking up and finding people outside their windows. And for me, I try to stay as active as I can. I walk in my community because it gives me exercise, and it's a familiar environment. But on the 18th of May, I was coming in on a paratransit bus headed back to my house on the main street of our community, and the driver gave a gasp. She said, "Oh my God, this guy's pants are down below his knees." She said, I said, "What?" She said, "He's walking down the street with his pants down by his knees." She said, "I see his underwear." This is not a homeowner doing this. These people that are living on city property with their tents, they are ensconced. And we need help because, I was here in April.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad.
So if someone could help get the city
Yes, we can get the address and find out what's going on.
All right, thank you so
yes,
much.
let Mr. Holston.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Ms. Ahmad, is this off of Glendale?
Yes, it is.
Okay, adjacent to the large open lot, which is behind the Gold's Gym? So there's an encampment in there?
Yes, they are.
All righty.
Thank you.
We'll look into it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thanks so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Next, I have Shirley Foster. Then I have Reverend Greg Drumright, Tyler Goodman, Kevin Rebel, I hope I said that correct, and Eulalio Guevara, I hope I said that correct. Ms. Foster, are you in the room?
I'm right here. I'm
short.
I'm
over
short, but
there.
I'm here.
You're not that short. Can we get the podium lowered a little bit, please? Can someone help her, please?
to go down? Oh, automated too.
There we go, much better. Hello.
Good evening.
Ms. Foster.
I'm Shirley Ballard Foster. I'm the president of Kensington Trace Homeowners Association, of which Dr. Ahmad was speaking. My topic is drugs. We've paid for extra duty police for 6 or 7 years to keep them out. Now we can't really afford to continue to do that. So, and I'd like to tell you, some of your city people are out there too. The other day I was in my yard and it was a garbage pickup day. And the truck had to go into the circle and it was beeping and blowing. And I said, oh my God, they can't get through. That wasn't the case. That was not the case. Somebody passed him something. We've seen this before. We need your help. The Vice keeps saying we're working on it. We're working. For 6 years, I don't think so. A couple of police have come out there, and at the time she didn't see very much activity. Well, it moved from right here to down into Queen Anne. That's what caused the lack of anything, because I thought it was still up on Argyle. Well, now, and then they are hiding the drugs inside of an old truck. Instead of emptying their garbage, they throw the garbage bags on top of it. So we've been trying to get the truck removed. And so the city just gives tickets. They're not getting the truck removed. And every time it's a pickup day for garbage, nothing ever goes out of there. The neighbors that live closest to them are saying all kinds of people are coming there in and out of the window and everything. But what I want to say is, why can't you help us? That's the bottom line. Why can't you help us? 6 years, maybe 7, and we've spent money over and over again to pay police who are free, because I pay my taxes, to come into our neighborhood to keep them out. They are out as long as the police is there. As soon as the police leaves, they're back on it. I don't feel that you're helping us. Your mayor knows I speak what I think. You're not helping us. I mean, you're hearing us, and you're saying you're going to do something, but I don't see that. Why is it that little children cannot go out and play? Why is it we as the elderly who have paid for our home cannot stay there? Or we're fearful to stay inside so that this won't go on. We hear it all day and night.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Mr. City Manager, can we look into this, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, I had, did you have a comment, Mr. Holson? Okay. Let's see, I have Kevin Rebel. Okay, Tyler Goodman. And Eulalio Guevara. Hope I said that correctly.
Hello, my name is Tyler Goodman from WOA, the Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance. I'm here today because this past August, my former neighbor, when I lived in Glenwood, Saeed Azeen, was murdered at the hands of Greensboro police officer Louis J. Wyatt. Saeed had been recently evicted from the very home where he was murdered, struggling with the impending reality of homelessness as an immigrant from Morocco, with no family here to support him. WOA has been in contact with his family, who have wished for nothing more than clarity of these circumstances and assistance in repatriating his body. While the city, GPD, and the SBI have been dragging their feet on both of these fronts, the new police chief, Cameron Afzal, wasted no time in making their real priorities clear. Just 5 days after being sworn in with applause from our quote-unquote progressive city council, Chief Afzal went on record to label this murder as a justified use of lethal force. It should be noted that Chief Afzal is hot on the heels from his previous department's murder of Reggie Thomas, another person suffering from homelessness. He also stated that the review of the footage was not to assign blame in hindsight, but about learning and improving the department. The problem with that is someone is certainly to blame when a man is lying dead. As for learning, Chief Afzal seems keen to use this instance and his own experience back in Ohio to teach GPD on how to kill with impunity. But we're learning too. It's becoming evident that it doesn't matter if our city council is butt backwards or progressive if they're going to clap for and fund a murderous police force. You, city council, taught us that all these meetings and committees and forums apparently mean absolutely nothing because you've ignored literally every insight your community had to offer you. The clear lesson is that the community should make its own meetings and committees and forums, but then unlike you, we will listen to ourselves and act on it. You all failed to listen to the community's repeated demands to block the hiring of Chief Afzal, so now we must demand his firing. Again, woe demands the firing of Chief Afzal. Anything less will not even begin to address this situation.
All right. Yulia Guevara. Did they have to leave me? All right. Billy Belcher, Del Stone, and Luis Medina.
Good evening. I'm Billy Belcher from WHO, Working Class and Houseless Organizing Alliance of Greensboro. It took authorities 9 months to show us what the police did to Syed Azine, but now we know, and we know that Syed should not have been killed, that this was an unjust and unnecessary homicide. Syed was clearly unwell, not in his right mind. Officer Wyatt had multiple opportunities to de-escalate or contact a mental health team, but he chose to kill. He chose to kill Syed when he didn't have to, and that is unacceptable. So far, not one city council member has acknowledged this simple truth. Why not? Are y'all cowards? You've seen the video. You know this violence shouldn't have happened. So you're obligated to say that this was wrong. And if the DA won't press charges, then you're obligated to demand that Officer Wyatt be fired. You have an obligation to apologize to the victim's family and compensate them fairly for Syed's unnecessary death. And there ain't no way in hell you ought to be voting to increase the police budget this year. That is an insult and a slap in the face to everyone ever victimized by the GPD. Give that money to your firefighters instead. I can remember when Irving and April used to call police violence and police brutality by its name. So how come you won't do that for Syed? Do you think he deserved to be killed? Because if you do, then say so. But by God, you cannot sit there silently and pretend that the blood is not on your hands, because it sure is. CC WHO endorsed you for that seat. We didn't do that so you could stay quiet now. It is your job to stand up for people like Syed. You're all going to catch pure hell if you don't start doing that tonight. I'm embarrassed for each one of you that you haven't spoken up already. You've got Syed's blood on your hands. Look us in the eye right now and tell us, how does that make you feel? It's your police officer. It's your death. And your silence is your admission of guilt. So how does Syed's killing make you feel? Was it justified? So be it.
Doesn't matter the order. Luis Medina, Del Stone, either one.
Hello. Luis Medina. Saeed was killed by Officer Louis Wyatt for trespassing on a property he previously lived at and was evicted from. It's pretty clear that if Saeed had access to adequate mental health care and housing, that he'd still be alive. That should be remembered since y'all are cutting facilities that would produce more housing and funding a lot of money to police. Why couldn't Saeed have housing? The same reason rent keeps increasing, the same reason tenants have no rights, the same reason that all the laws, for some reason, in this country only protect the rich and the powerful. The same reason that the city council gave the police $10 million more of our money. The same reason that Saeed inevitably was gunned down. It is the economic base. It is capitalism. We all know it is. It takes us and it throws us against each other. And capitalism, unfortunately, cannot just run off laws. It has to have a way to enforce those laws, from ICE to GPD to the security detail outside this chamber, and it turns out inside this chamber too. All of that, all of them, are implicit threats of violence, and that's what was sent to deal with Saeed. Quite literally, if they know it or not, they stand between the people and the people in power. And the only real law there is comply and die, and that's what happened to Saeed. People are saying that maybe Saeed was mentally ill because he didn't comply. Some people are saying that he deserved to die because he didn't comply. But it's clear to me that a house or a shed does not stop being a home simply because the law or a man with a gun says so. It is not insane to resist being thrown out of your home. To me, it is insane to justify gunning down a man who was seeking shelter in a shed on behalf of the shed. And if it turns out that Saeed was mad, then in my opinion, we all need a little bit more madness. Thank you.
Dill Stone, and then I have Fonta Dorley, Malik Hoff, Brian Carter.
Officer Louis Jacob Wyatt shot and killed Saeed Azine on August 5th, 2025. 9 months later, the public has seen the video of the shooting, and the DA has ruled all 4 shots justified. Thousands of online commenters have weighed in, and the entirety of this council has refused to make a statement on the case. Mis- and disinformation fill the void. As it turns out, no one with the police or any other city department filed for the release of the footage. Though at least 5 news outlets reported last year that the police department intended to file for the release, the petition actually came from a private attorney retained by Azine's family, Graham Holt, a name familiar to those who followed the killing of Marcus Smith by police 8 years ago. Holt makes 2 main points. First, this shooting was clearly excessive force. Second, the shooting could have been avoided. Greensboro has a dedicated behavioral health response team which, according to the city, has been specially trained to handle incidents involving persons with mental illness and those in crisis with care and expertise. In theory, this response team is supposed to prevent police killings from happening. But the video of the shooting that shows Wyatt driving to the scene until the moment that he's handcuffing Azine's lifeless body, there was no attempt made to contact the response team or any other health professionals who could have advised on Azine's evidently altered state. For many members of the public, this is another point of confusion. Why was there no attempt to de-escalate, especially for a resident whose instability had been documented? Confusion extends to this council. Last year's election saw an apparent clearing out of the old guard. 6 of 9 members are freshly elected, many on platforms of people power and government accountability. But it is worth recalling that more than half of council did receive endorsements from Greensboro Police when we consider why none of our elected representatives have spoken on behalf of Saeed, including his police-endorsed representative in District 1. More broadly, some may wonder, why do we encounter the same recalcitrance from council as when we demand prohibitions on detention facilities, data centers, flock surveillance, and the hiring of an external police chief? More and more people know why. The city is under occupation by a veteran 20-year cop and a verified snitch. This council does not represent us.
Thank you. Fonta Dorley. She was just here. Malik? Okay. Malik, go ahead, Malik.
Hi.
Good evening, City Councilors. The first thing I want to do is I want to also, if my Paint the City Purple team, Portia and them, y'all can stand, please. Because if you notice, this is another one that is coming up June 26th for the domestic violence in the city. We are doing it together. I'm partnering up with them now. Cece, thank you for coming on the other day. I appreciate it. Anybody else that couldn't make it, I understand. But I do got something I want to show you. That I got to show you some of the papers from my event, from how many people have signed in, how many people have signed the list, have came through. I did 130 some people this past weekend for the city of Greensboro to see. And I really want to show, because I got more, it's more pages. I got so many people. You see how many people have signed in from Parks and Recs to help me at Pillar Recreation Center. I want to thank Pillar for helping me out. Man, Medicare Bruiser, thank you for seeing me at the STEM Fest. Anybody else that didn't get to make it at STEM Fest was amazing. But I also want to talk about the reason why I got Portia put me up for this is domestic violence is coming really bad. My homeless community, we have lost so many people, just like you just heard from the Woe side. We have lost so many people that's homeless, that's been placed out of placements. We want to get these domestic violences off the streets. We want to stop this. We want to stop some domestic violence. And the reason why I came is because I did my hair purple and pink for a reason, for domestic violence reason season. So, and not only is that, June is Pride official month. So I wanted to go ahead and let that be known. Because I want to support my home community out here. And I've been advocating. I've been standing back. And Cece, if you got anything to say, you can say it now, because I love you. I love you, no matter what. Who hosting? Thank you for the partnership that I just see. Can I get a round of applause for Hugh for being a partnership now? His whole entire team just came a partnership with me. So I want to thank anybody else that want to come partnership. Medicare Bruiser, I would love for you to become a next partner. Man, Alan, you already know we got love. Our love go way back from Dudley. And now to see you up there on the stage is a good thing. But I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep going. But I want to let y'all know, this is why I want to show y'all a reason why how many people. Trey, this goes to you now. I want to show love. I love you. And you done your best.
Thank you,
Come on,
Mr. Huff.
Set up.
Thank you, Malik. Thank you. All right, Brian Fontadorley, then Brian Carter.
You gotta love him. Good evening, council, staff, saints and friends. Thank you. Big ups to Councilman Hugh Holston for doing a big solid this past month, for being available to make an impact at a funeral of a local unsung hero. The family is still talking about how special the moment was. Thank you for that. During the first 5 months of this year, we have lost quite a few elder change agents in our community. These unsung heroes, quite like the characteristics that sparked excitement of this new council, assuring that voices and the needs of the community will be heard. Many of you, if not all, built strong notoriety and respect as community advocates and giving a voice to the voiceless. As a council member and even city staff, there are protocols and standards that may limit your actions or voice quite the same way as us working for private sector organizations cannot say or do things contrary to our employers. Those ranks of Malcolm Martin and the Greensboro Four led the community to nationwide change in their late teens and 20s and 30s. We have very impressionable local advocates here in Greensboro. that need your guidance, that need to be heard. When you feel your hands are tied, you can work hand in hand with those advocates to encourage and empower them to address the tough topics of the community that you may not be able to voice. By creating a council for council, an advocacy forum or commission, many knowledge points can be digested and a platform of checks and balances can be formed. As new elders of the community, because we are not young spring chickens anymore, we are in charge to open more doors before final decisions are made. Encourage elders and advocates to pull up a chair to the table and create a consistent platform to hear from those advocates to come and be a part of the decisions. There are no silent advocates. That way, in the future, these heroes will not be quite unsung. Thank you. That's my time. Thank you for yours.
Thank you. Brian Carter. Oh, and by the way, Fanta, congratulations on your acceptance into the doctoral program. Yes. Okay, then I have George Hartzman again. Guess he left. Then I have Danielle Zaragoza Tapia, and if I mispronounce that, I am so sorry. Then Tanya Hayes and Aiden Lawrence.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dan. I am a member of WOA. On August 5th, 2025, Saeed Azine was brutally murdered by Officer Louis J. Wyatt of the Greensboro Police Department. Saeed had recently become homeless due to eviction. He was living in the shed of his former home when one of his neighbors contacted GSOPD about someone who was potentially trespassing there. Within 2 minutes of arriving at the scene, Officer Wyatt had already taken out his taser and pointed at Saeed. In another 2.5 minutes, Officer Wyatt would decide that it is better to murder Saeed, shooting him a total of 4 times, one of them being in the back as he attempted to run away, rather than use his taser that he had previously put away. 4.5 minutes determined Saeed's death. He did not deserve to die. Effective de-escalation should have been the priority before murder. Officer Wyatt's negligent actions were then directly justified by our new GSOPD police chief, Cameron Afzal, who went so far as to state that the officer had given repeated commands for Mr. Azine to drop his weapon, which he did not say, as can be seen on the footage that was released on May 26 and is readily available on the Greensboro Police Department YouTube page. This course of action is not new to Mr. Afzal, who fled from Dayton, Ohio after one of his officers unjustly murdered Reginald Thomas for riding a bike on a sidewalk, another homeless man who was shot while running away. On April 20th, the Greensboro Criminal Justice Advisory Commission requested for City Council to rescind the offer of this police chief. However, the GSO City Manager, Nathaniel Trey Davis, decided to hire him, and it is due to this decision that the new police chief was able to yet again justify the murder of someone at the brutal hands of the police. Now, due to this power, we at WOA demand that the city fire City Manager Nathaniel Davis due to his blatant disregard of the wishes of the people that live in this city, a city he so-called serves and cares about. This can be done at will at any moment in time by City Council. The city manager serves at the will of the City Council. They can fire him at any single moment and hire someone else. They could appoint the assistant to that position. We demand justice for Saeed Azine. We are the Working Class and Houseless Organization Alliance of Greensboro. We are a revolutionary communist organization here in Greensboro fighting for a better future for the people of Greensboro. Because what happens in Greensboro, from what I've seen, is if you lose your housing due to the worsening economic conditions in the United States, you develop mental health problems. They already have some that cannot be addressed due to economic constraints. You do not have to worry, because the police department will show up to murder you so that you are nobody else's problem.
All right, Aiden. And then I'm going to go back over to Eric Woodard and Damika McLean.
Hey, y'all. My name is Aiden Loretz. I live on South Mendenhall Street. I am here to voice strong opposition to the development of hyperscale data centers here in Greensboro, and I encourage the City Council to adopt a at least 1-year moratorium on data center build-out. If I had known that I could have given like 5 comments, I would have earlier just said that I was part of all of the other budget things. But here I am, testament to the fact that y'all and city staff probably stay here very, very late most days. I'm usually out of these meetings by like 6:30, so this is new for me. Anyway, appreciate y'all's time. I could talk today about how advances in computer hardware happen at such a rate that at the time the server infrastructure is bought, it will be completely obsolete. I could talk about how the U.S. is now spending more on construction for data centers than on public transportation, eclipsing over $50 billion. I could talk about recently introduced SB 730, which is a fairly okay bill that would limit some data center development, encourage them to have closed-loop systems. But those closed-loop systems for water usage have their own problems, such as water being mixed with PFAS, like 1,4-dioxin, a pollutant that Greensboro already has experience with. We had all of those firefighters just here, and because of PFAS and 1,4-dioxin in firefighter flame retardants, they are severely exposed to what is very likely a carcinogen. I could also talk about how that SB 2730 has no water withdrawal permitting system. There is no water withdrawal permitting in the state of North Carolina, partly why our state is being targeted for this build-out from hyperscale data centers. Or how there's no clear or guaranteed return on investment. Why are we over-financing this industry when what we could be focusing on are other ways to invest in our community, such as food, housing security, having actual mental health support, preventative justice, all of the things that were talked about today. I'm happy to meet with any of you at any time to talk about any of these things. My email is aidan@hawriver.org. But instead, I will focus on how accelerationists are prioritizing their own short-term profit over long-term community sustainability. We have been told for decades that we must not use plastic straws or plastic bags, that we should reduce our personal carbon footprint, but when will we hold corporations accountable to their disproportionate effect on our global health? To echo the Reverend's earlier statements, when will we hold the rich accountable to give more than they take? Please see and hear the resistance that is here in Greensboro. I am one of hundreds of people in our city that feel like there's not transparent information, that we need to take a pause and learn more collectively. We need more time to learn, to think, to understand before any more of this industry is brought into Greensboro or expanded upon. This hidden cost of data center was handed out to y'all, as well as an invitation to the June 9th event.
Thank you,
all.
Aiden. Damika McLean. I'm sorry? She already left? Okay, let's see. Let's go back to, I have Dr. Portia Shipman, Takesha Fraser, Jamasa Guzman, and Sandra Isley.
Hi, my name is Jamasa Guzman. I am born and raised in California. I am an inbred to Greensboro. I've been here 22 years, and I moved here for a few reasons. Safety, great education, and I'm here today to speak on domestic violence. Domestic violence is huge in our nation. The problem is that Black women go through domestic violence more than white women by a percentage of 43%, which is a huge number. And so, being that Greensboro has 124,000 black men and women, and the crime rate is at double in the nation, the reported crime is only about 17% of that as far as domestic violence is concerned. So 3 times more black women experience domestic violence, and 11.6% of them are killed compared to 3% of white women. So I want to read something real quick. He never wanted a title, just control. The pain never subsided. It only became worse through the struggle to keep quiet to protect myself. Broken bones into many tears, yet I still had hope. Minute by minute, day by day, month by month, all which turns into years. I prayed time was on my side, but when I opened my eyes, he was still there. I asked God where he was. When will he show up to protect me? He replied, I never left. The blood rushes through my body, fearing the very thing I want to do, run. I can't, so I stay. He promises not to do it again, and the apology is so sincere, his eyes penetrating my soul. Tick-tock, tick-tock, waiting for peace that never happens. My mind, my body, my soul doesn't relax because it's so conflicted because I have hope. Hope is what we want you to give our community, a place of safety, a place where we can protect our survivors. This event, June 26th, the Silent March, Domestic Violence in Greensboro, needs to reach the ones who are trying to get out, the ones who have, and those who are left without, the ones who didn't get out. As a council, what can you do to make awareness for this event large and seen? How can you help with domestic violence today, tomorrow, and in the future so that someone close to you or someone that you don't even know has a place to have hope? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shipman?
She did great, right? This is her first time ever speaking in front of anybody.
Oh, wow. Good job. Thank you.
Those are our survivors. My name is Portia. Try it again. My name is Dr. Portia Shipman. I am the former founder of the Sharita Denise Jackson Foundation for the Prevention of Domestic Violence. I am the Paint the City Purple campaign founder. And I am now the DVIA, Domestic Violence Intervention Academy administrator. This is a program that the City of Greensboro, Greensboro Peace on Purpose, has allowed us $50,000 that we have not received yet. We want it to actually do this program to help offenders, abusers, be accountable for their actions, to help families be safe, and the community to be even safer. I am asking the City of Greensboro to cover every debt that we have for this march. They just said that we need 2 police officers, the front of the march, the back of the march, cover it. They said we need food. C.C. Crawford and our Mayor Pro Tem, I appreciate you guys wanting to help us with this food. We need a lot of food. We expect a big crowd. We need you guys' support. We need the mayor to stand up and talk about how she never wants to see a domestic violence victim come to the hospital, come to Family Justice Center. But that's impossible for her to say. But that's what we're gaming for, to stop domestic violence, to stop the evil of domestic violence. Too many lives are being lost. 27 lives has been lost in the state of North Carolina already this year. 4 of them are murder-suicide. We have heard about High Point murder-suicides. It's just too many murder-suicides. And for those out there who are thinking about murdering someone because they don't like the way, they can't control them, or they don't like that they're getting a divorce or whatever reason that it is, you are cowards. I'm saying it, you are cowards. Domestic violence is something that's crucial to this city. Community safety is crucial to this city. I haven't heard the new chiefs of police speak about domestic violence at all. It acts like nobody cares about what's happening, but we do care. We need you guys to speak. How you doing, Irvin? All right, who? There goes Cece, and there goes Miss Park over there. You guys, we all ran together. We are in this thing together. And you too, Miss Turner, I see you smiling. Because I know that you care about what I'm saying and all you do. I know you do. And it's a lot of bouts and stuff that you have to go through. But don't forget the victims of domestic violence. Don't forget us. We need your help, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. I got 1 second. Put on your shades. Everybody got some purple shades, including the city attorney. I want to see you pop your shades on. Men, you don't have any. I didn't bring enough for you guys. There you go. That means through those lenses, you see purple. That means we need help. That means that the domestic violence has to stop. Thank you. There you go. You're looking good.
Thank you. And I appreciate you saying how important it is, Dr. Shipman. And, I speak about the Family Justice Center and your work a lot. So last week we were just at the High Point Family Justice Center. So thank you so very much. All right. Sandra Isley.
Hello, my name is Sandra Isley, for those who don't know me. And I'm here to speak about the Dream Center. And I'm asking that y'all pause and think about what you are actually doing with these data centers. Anytime we getting something on the east side, we have to really think about what we getting on the east side, because most of the time it's not in our favor. Think about it. We know that more than likely these data centers are not in our favor. Okay? If it was any good to them, they wouldn't be putting it on the east side. And the majority of you all sitting on city councils got a lot of ties to the east side. And we are already trying to clean up Bingham Park. Okay? So what's going to happen years later down the road? We're going to have to come back and clean up what the Dream Center did? We done forgot about the environment and trying to keep the environment safe? It's no more about the environment anymore. We know it causes noise pollution, health pollution. We are getting to a point where the poor won't even be able to afford to be poor anymore. We're fighting to survive now. Affordable housing isn't affordable anymore. And even as y'all try to climb out of that, we're now fighting for the necessities that comes with affordable housing, with Duke Energy on one side and property taxes on another. What are y'all asking us for? Our blood now? We got to quit asking for more than what people have. We can't afford anymore. Property taxes soaring. You got to find another way for people to pay to play. It cannot come off the backs of the working poor anymore. These companies coming here has to find another way to pay. It cannot come from us. And I really want y'all to get an understanding. As these companies come here, they can afford to leave here. The people you need to invest in are the people that's going to stay here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Isley. And I want to thank everyone for being so patient. We've got a few more speakers to go. I just want to make sure Mr. Eric Woodard is not in the... yes, I called earlier and I did not see you stand up. Yes, yes. Please come ahead. Go ahead. Thank you, and thank you for being patient.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight. Madam Mayor and council members, it's good to see some of you that we've known on some other occasions. My name is Eric Woodard, 31-year resident of Greensboro, and I'm standing with Ms. Bernita Reed, local historian, and we're here representing the Black Patriots Commemoration Project. As we approach the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, it is critically important that we look soberly at our nation's history and acknowledge those who, even though they've helped to shape that history, have been overlooked in the telling and retelling of our national story. Guilford County played a part in this narrative. The Black Patriots Commemoration Project aims to shed light on those who, in 1781, served and fought at the Battle of Guilford Courthouse for the rights, however tenuous they may seem at sometimes, that we relish and enjoy today. The names and lives of black soldiers, Black patriots, have been kept in the shadows for too long. Through the research efforts of the dedicated members of the Black Patriots Commemoration Project, we've identified through enlistment rolls and pension applications 43 African American patriots who fought at the Battle of Guilford Courthouse. Through the Black Patriots Commemoration Project, we aim to honor the African Americans who fought at the Battle of Guilford Courthouse. We aim to fill the gap in public history as well. Knowing the fuller story is so very important. The stories that we tell, the stories that we've been told, and the stories that we each will tell are only partly edifying if the complete story is never told. We will never be whole as individuals, as communities, as cities, or as nations if we continue to intentionally leave out parts of our lived history, of ourselves. We may think that we can go on unaffected without those parts, and we may for a while, but at what cost? At what cost? Ignorance. Our lives are made so much richer when we can acknowledge all those who played a part. Our understanding so much fuller when we can embrace the stories of all the lives that had a hand in shaping who we are today. And yes, we become a more complete people when we can look soberly at ourselves and others and not be intimidated by the truth of what we find. Now,
Can you wrap it up? Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
We're on July 14th at 1:30 p.m. International Civil Rights Center and Museum. We are having a celebration of the unsung heroes and kicking off the first week of Juneteenth. We ask that city council members and the public join us with this celebration. There will be a guided bus tour, National Military Park. There will be a powerful performance, ongoing fight for freedom. Food trucks will also be there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll make
Can you
sure
all
everybody
tell
gets
folks
this.
a little bit where to find ticket and additional information?
That will be at our website, blackpatriotsgso.org, and also on the International Civil Rights Center and Museum, their website as well. You can get tickets for the event.
Great.
And there's a QR code. I guess if you use your phone, you can also
Super.
take advantage of the QR code on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again for your time.
Super. All right, moving along, I have Scott Jones, Philip Marsh.
Good evening, council members. Scott Jones, Director of Tiny House Community Development, and we operate the Hope Center in Greensboro. It's today that we got very dissatisfying news from Greensboro City staff that the day labor that Hugh Holston championed with our organization hiring the homeless over the last almost 6 months will come to an immediate halt because City Council doesn't understand what city staff is doing and how they're violating our Second Amendment right under the Constitution of the United States of America, the fact being that it was challenged in the United States Supreme Court in 2016. The use of tasers is legal under that Second Amendment right. We use a taser at the Hope Center twice in 4 years. You know why? To prevent a stabbing from amongst themselves, protecting our staff, our board, and our many volunteers, and the individuals that we are serving at the Hope Center. I have stopped stabbings from individuals under the influence of not only alcohol but drugs. If you look at our record in 4 years of the existence of the Hope Center, you will see the fact that we haven't had as many calls on EMS, fire, or police because there's a different respect amongst the individuals and clients and guests at the Hope Center. Now, let me tell you about the homeless program for the day labor. Just Friday, I moved someone who was in a tent in Greensboro into a house in High Point. I moved a pregnant lady and her partner out of a hotel that's nothing known for drugs and crack and prostitution into a house. She answers the hotline for the homeless hotline for the COC. Helps with case management. Helps serve breakfast 5 days a week at the Hope Center. Her significant other is running a styrofoam program, helping manage that program, along with about dozens of others who are in the day labor program that are experiencing homelessness, to recycle the foam from the residents in Greensboro. Over 11 trailers get emptied weekly, sometimes twice a week, from residents in Greensboro City. I hope they pay attention to this because the day labor program was hiring individuals that were experiencing homelessness, giving them an opportunity, providing supportive housing. But because we have the right under the Second Amendment to use a taser, a non-lethal means to protect them.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Sure. Go ahead, Councilwoman Crawford.
Do you have a policy in place for who and how you tase people?
Mr. City,
Did you
Mr. City
wanna speak
Manager.
to that? I don't know how I feel about
Well,
people being
let me just give
tased.
let me give council clarity from the perspective of my ability as a city manager. Myself nor any city staff have the authority to grant law enforcement authority or powers to any private individual or nonprofit. So under the law enforcement, police powers, and those authorized use of forces such as what a taser would be are matters governed by the state law and again for a duly authorized law enforcement personnel. Accordingly, I cannot grant Mr. Jones or anyone at the facility or any other nonprofit or private citizen the ability to carry or use a taser in the course of providing services in this situation for the homeless community. So the city's role in this scenario, I think what you heard was the contract will not be carried out. Our role is to make sure that we support and coordinate services while encouraging service providers to contact our law enforcement partners or the police department in a situation that may present any safety issues or concerns. Otherwise, any of that exceeds their ability to respond safely. So,
Thank you.
So just one more question. Sure. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
So how many times have you had to call the police department before tasing folks? Like,
So the last time, which was recently, the first time I've ever been hit in 13 years of working with the homeless population from a man that was under the influence who pulled a knife. We've only used the taser twice. We've contacted the police department prior to that and had to wait for over a 5-minute response from BHART or from the police department. That's too long. Can you imagine how many people could be stabbed in that response time? We've deflected that. And the email's clear from staff that it was because we protect our Second Amendment. Thank you.
so I'm going to guess being able to hire security that has those kinds of permissions is.
May I address that question?
Yes, very briefly.
Quickly. So other organizations funded by the city, including Open Door, have been able to hire protective services, armed and unarmed, for the IRC, but because we choose to use a non-lethal Second Amendment right, we're being punished. But they're able to hire it because they're given the money. That wasn't an option for us, unfortunately. I hope that answered your question.
So, Mr. City Manager, and you'll look into this.
Well, I mean, it's not the matter. We're going to continue the services, but I don't have the authority to
Right.
grant what's requested.
Right, because we go. Yes, Madam City Attorney.
And Madam Mayor and Council, let me just be clear that if the city is hiring or in a contract with this nonprofit and he exercises those Second Amendment rights, if someone ends up dead, that liability could be imputed to the city. And by signing that contract and the city manager not having any legal authority under state law to give the authority to use taser, that is a use of force. So it doesn't matter if they have a policy in place. It imputes liability to the city. If someone gets tased, they may have an underlying issue that a taser may cause a heart attack. And if they die, the city could be liability on the city.
Thank you.
Just real quickly, Mr. Davis, did you say that in your last statement, I didn't hear very well, that we are or are not continuing?
We will identify a path. I think we've already identified a path to continue the service. We'll give you an update on that.
With Mr. Jones? Or?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, I have Courtney McSwain, Deirdre Kevorkian. And then Jason Hicks.
Hello, my name is Courtney McSwain. I'm born and raised here in Greensboro, and I'm here to voice strong opposition to the development of hyperscale data centers in Greensboro and implore this council to adopt a moratorium. I'm going to up the ante a little bit from what was previously stated. I'm going to encourage you all to adopt a moratorium of at least 3 years on data center development. Across the state of North Carolina, 23 jurisdictions have successfully passed or introduced a moratorium on the development of hyperscale data centers. Why do you ask? Because the shining benefits promised to local communities through data center development are simply fiction. The truth is, hyperscale data centers bring little in the way of permanent job creation or economic development. What they take, however, is a cost too much to bear. They take funding from public services like the firefighters we saw today, and resources from small business development. They take the future of our health through added air, noise, and water pollution, which increase healthcare costs down the line. They take money from our wallets when our energy bills increase, and they take privacy and public trust as data centers are the infrastructure that fuel the ever-growing surveillance economy. It may take us a while to see these consequences all converge. When we do, the people will ask, why didn't anyone do anything to stop these ills from coming into fruition when they had the chance? This is our chance, all of us, to put the future of our children ahead of empty promises of data center developers and big tech. The people of Greensboro need this council to make people-centered decisions, including passing a moratorium on data center development. This community does not need data center development or big tech to thrive economically. In truth, it is big tech that needs us. Big tech needs us to be silent about the billions of profits and gains off the destruction of community health and resources. Big tech needs us to remain unaware of the true costs of hyperscale data centers, which is why these developments often take place swiftly under the secrecy of non-disclosure agreements with little room for community education and input. And most of all, big tech needs us to remain silent about the future we want for our children, namely the ability to live in a city where they can afford to pay their bills, breathe safe air, drink safe water, and have natural landscapes to live with for generations to come. But we will not remain silent, and we will not remain unaware. As a born and raised daughter of Greensboro and as an aunt, I hope all of us, especially our future generations, can live in a Greensboro that puts our well-being ahead of big tech developers who have no problem leveraging our future for their own returns of billions in profits.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Kevorkian. I'm also here to talk about data centers. There are many issues with data centers when it comes to North Carolina's residents' finances and the city's finances too. Up to this point, instead of data centers paying for the infrastructure that they need to build for their energy demands, the costs are passed on to all of us through higher electric bills. I don't know about you, but I don't like that at all. Lenore County has a Google AI data center which has paid the county $5 million over 10 years, which sounds great, until you realize that the state has given them a $73 million tax rebate. So there goes our taxes. You think about it, that's over 15 times more than the county received. So, at the end of the day, we, the North Carolina residents, end up with higher tax bills to subsidize these large tech companies, which also leaves our city budgets tighter as well. I assume that it will be the same with the Dream Center project. We foot the bill through higher electric bills and higher taxes. And then there's another question I have. How does the large energy demand from these data centers fit into the city's commitment to be 100% clean energy by 2050? Will you require the data center to use wind and solar? With all these things in mind, I would ask the council to vote, to vote for a moratorium until these many issues have been looked into. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hicks, and that is the last speaker I have signed up, unless we may have missed someone. Is there anyone in the audience that we may have missed? I already checked. Brian Carter, I've called 3 times. All right, Mr. Hicks.
Good evening. I've said this before, but I'm going to say it every month until something changes, probably. So from 2019 to 2024, traffic stop disparities in Greensboro got significantly worse. Black drivers went from 57% of the stops to over 65% of the stops. During that entire period, now City Manager Trey Davis was the Assistant City Manager over Public Safety. With direct oversight of the police department, different police chiefs came and went, but the disparity didn't improve. It got worse under his leadership, and it's continued to get worse since. The Greensboro Criminal Justice Advisory Commission recently recommended deprioritizing regulatory stops for non-moving violations because too many of these stops have led to unnecessary interactions, racial disparities, and mistrust between the community and law enforcement. That recommendation recognizes a simple truth. When people have unchecked power, communities get harmed. But accountability cannot stop with policing. We also have to talk about what is happening inside City Hall under the leadership of Trey Davis. This is important. Women, including Michelle Kennedy, Shannon Stevens, Jennifer Smith Stupin, Carla Banks, Sue Schwartz, and now Letitia McNeil, and even potentially Hannah Cockburn, have all been forced out of city employment. Residents are watching this pattern unfold, and many employees are afraid to speak openly about it. However, I'm grateful that there are still some employees who are willing to speak up about these issues, because these issues are connected to the leadership or lack of City Manager Trey Davis. Whether it is a resident pulled over for a minor equipment issue or an employee afraid of retaliation inside City Hall, the core issue is the same. What happens when power exists without accountability? You cannot champion reform in public while ignoring concerns inside your own government. If this council truly believes in fairness, dignity, transparency, and public trust, and I believe that most of you do, then those values must apply everywhere, on the streets, inside departments, and within city leadership itself, because accountability should not be selective. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing that is all of our speakers from the floor, are there any council members who would like to make any comments at this time? Pretty much. Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
All right. So first and foremost, I am grateful for all of the residents that came out to speak to all the issues that we heard about tonight. I know that it may be hard and difficult to believe, but we all take notes. We all listen to the input that happens at the podium, and we do respond. We do take that feedback back, and we work on these things. That's actually a part of the work that we do and a part of the job that we were elected to do. I personally, and I'll speak for myself, was also elected to this position because I have been a part of experiencing and working towards changing policy in our community. And that policy and those changes that have happened in our community come from working with the community. They come from working with the departments of the city. They come from working with council members. Year-long campaigns that have been led in the city to create the change that we want to see in our community. And so I don't want folks to walk away from these meetings thinking that that work isn't happening on our behalf. It happens on a daily basis. We take all of these very seriously. I'll speak to the shooting issue that happened that many people spoke to tonight. I've addressed it publicly. I've also addressed it privately about having seen too many of these videos, both as a private citizen and as a council member. It's a tragedy whenever we lose life in our community for any reason, and particularly when it comes at the hands of any department from the city. We have to work together to change the policies that we want to see, and I've done that before, and I'm doing it now. And I've done outreach to invite people to be a part of these conversations and to do the work that it takes, because we can't haphazardly change things on what we think. We have to look at the facts. We have to look at the laws that exist on our local level. We have to look at the policies from our police department. We have to look at state policy and federal policy and navigate all of these things to make substantive change that we can stand on. And that takes not only conversations, but it takes folks helping us to do these policy dives, coming to the table, working with us to do these things so that we can create the changes that we want to see. None of these things roll off of any of our backs haphazardly. we wouldn't have ran for these positions if we didn't want to see change and we didn't care about the things that happen in our community. And so I'm inviting the community to continue to do those things, both publicly and privately, to be a part of these conversations, to help us to make the changes that we want to see. That starts with having conversations, identifying the issues that need to be changed, sitting down, working with council, working with community, organizing and educating the community about the changes that we need to see so that we can make these things happen. I'm open to doing this work together. I've always been open to doing these things. I'm still open to doing it whenever folks are ready to come to the table. The table is not the podium. Join us in doing this work. Come help me. And that's all I have to say.
All right, Mr. Holston?
Yeah, I have a question to follow up on the conversation we had with Mr. Jones. Are we saying that lethal or non-lethal, if there are organizations that are working with or contracted with the city, that they should not have those items on property?
Legally, that is not what we're saying. The question that came to legal today was, does city manager have the authority to okay the use of tasers? Mr. Jones has that Second Amendment right. He can use that Second Amendment right. But the moment that it looks like the city manager has authorized that use, the city manager puts the city in a position where imputed liability could come. When we didn't know it, there's no liability because we have governmental immunity. But at the point that he knows it, if city manager okays it, it's a total different story. If something happens, and Councilman Holston, it can always be said, you heard Mr. Jones saying he uses it because a knife was pulled. But what if another witness has a different story and said he used it just because he used it? Then you have an issue of, is this justified self-defense or is this homicide? And when it's said, well, the city manager knew it as of June the 2nd, and he must have okayed it because the contract continued, knowing that we use tasers on people, it just sets the city up for the possibility of liability. So he can use it, he can have it on his premises, but the city manager either has to okay it or not okay it if they're going to be in contract with the city.
So we're saying that right now the issue is more about notice than it is about the
Yes,
actual...
because he has the right to have that taser. It's what liability it puts the city in, with the city knowing that he's using use of force on especially the homeless community, who oftentimes comes with mental health issues and behavioral issues. It's a use of force.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank everyone for coming out this evening and talking about a number of just really important items. It's been, as they all are, a very important meeting. I did want to pick up, just go back to some of the comments related to data centers, because one of the things I wanted to ensure was that everyone is aware of the direction that council has asked of the city manager, which is to flag any data center inquiries that come to the city staff as we are looking at potential ordinance around data center presence in the city of Greensboro. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew we have pulled together a working group that is a mixture of both council members and staff. As we know, this is a complex issue, but very important, and a lot that we are working on, us and other jurisdictions included, is real-time information and understanding while this technology is also evolving at the same time. I do believe that it's very important for us to talk through and understand the implications of those environmental impacts that have been mentioned. Everything from the use of power, the use of water, noise impact, environmental impacts overall. Those are really important, and those are the items that we're digging into And what's becoming clear, too, is that it's going to be an evolution of conversations where we will need to bring in experts. Hopefully, we will have the public with us in this education process, but it is something that is underway. I don't want people to leave with the expectation, because I do hear some of the concerns that maybe something is happening without us knowing, or it's going to slip through the cracks while we're doing this evaluation. We do have a clear conversation with the manager and the manager's office about what we're working on, so feel very confident that we will be have any sense of any items that come to the table while we're going through that process. But I do think it's really important that we sort between what we know and what we believe and what we're learning, and so that will be the process that we go through. I want to make a note, and I'm not sure if people will follow me in this point, but I'm going to try to make this point overall. As we think about the future of our country, the future of where we are going overall, AI and advanced computing is becoming very essential to the economic foundation that we are facing as a humankind. And something that I have observed over my lifetime, and certainly others, is oftentimes, especially communities of color, are left out of that advancement. It's usually behind the innovation, behind the curveball on innovation, and is actually forced to be more users as opposed to innovators and researchers and engaged in what that future technology will mean and actually defining it and being the coders for it. We are unique in this community in that we have a research institution that is also an HBCU. We have a company that is Lumentum that is actually on the front edge of innovating in this space of data and the use of data, which means that we can find spaces that you can do it better. And so I believe that we are uniquely positioned to actually find innovations that are going to make this technology more environmentally friendly. If it can happen, it will happen here, I believe, because of the expertise that we have in this community, both on the industry side as well as the university side. So I am optimistic about those next steps, but just to be clear, there is a passion for understanding the environmental impact of this technology, ensuring that our communities are not on the receiving end only, but I also am excited about the potential of us being on the solution end and actually driving what the future of this industry looks like. We don't often see this opportunity, especially for communities of color, and I look forward to being a part of that.
Great. Anyone else? Ms. Crawford?
Yes, I want to second what Irv said about the video that we all watched. There's so much that we'd like to say that we are unable to say, and that's really frustrating. But what I don't want to see is this happen again, to continue to see these videos of people being harmed. So one of the things that we have been having conversations about is expanding BHEART and looking at how we can create policy or change policy in a way that we can reduce the possibilities greatly of this happening again. When we're talking about where do people go, in my work, we do eviction prevention. You saw the yellow shirts come in tonight asking for legal aid to continue to get funded so that we can try and keep people in their homes. And sitting on this side of the dais, we take it really seriously as we are starting the Housing First initiative, right? A Housing First Plus initiative. And basically, we are looking at people who are ready and just need a little bit of assistance to get into housing, holding them for about a year to help them become sustainable and a part of the community in a way that's long-term. And I think that this helps this long-term goal of making sure that more and more people in our city are able to stay homed and housed. I want to thank GC Jack as well all of this ties in, right? Mr. Said was unhoused. And, you know, this Housing First Plus, we are hoping to get 10 families and 20 individuals housed as quickly as possible. We are as fast as possible. I didn't know that it takes so long to go through the process of building affordable housing. And so even when you hear someone got LIHTC funding, it's still years before we'll actually see those first doors. And so we definitely hear the frustration. We're frustrated too, but it's a process that needs to be done the way that it is to ensure that the housing that we are building, it's upsetting, is safe and healthy, because in the work that we do, we also see what happens when it's not. Then that also leads to the domestic violence. I'm really glad that Portia came in. I realized that one thing they didn't do was to tell you when and where. And so the silent march is Friday, June 26th. It is from 4 until 9, and it's downtown Greensboro. And again, the silent march starts at 4, and then it leads into resources and a little bit of a celebration together downtown. So I just wanted to uplift those things. And lastly, if you want to talk to your police chief on June 4th at Peeler, that's this week, that's this Thursday, from 6:30 until 7:30, you can come out to Peeler and have a conversation with your police chief.
All right. Anyone else want to speak about anything that was said during public comments? Anyone else? I just want to say that I truly appreciate everyone's patience. I think that's a record. I think we had almost 60 speakers this evening. And, you know, I do know that it's kind of tough to sit in the audience and wait that long, but I do appreciate the fact that actually most everyone did. So that's a really good thing that they did. So, Irving, I wanted to say I agree with you on, you know, sometimes it's hard on this side because we are hit with a lot of North Carolina state laws and local laws, things like that. So I appreciate your comments, everyone's comments up here. So we will move on to our general business agenda items. No, you can't interrupt, please. No. Oh, okay. We'll restate about Peeler to talk to the chief. Okay.
Yeah, June 4th, this Thursday at Peeler Recreation Center from 6:30 to 7:30.
Okay, great. All right, moving on to general business agenda. Item I-1, resolution authorizing an amendment to the agreement with the Natural Science Center of Greensboro, Inc. in the amount of $525,000 for parking expansion within Battleground Parks District reviewed. All right, do I hear a second? Seconded by Mrs. Thurm. Motion by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. I don't have a vote. Wait a minute. There it is. I didn't have a voting screen. And that passes 8-0. Item I-2, resolution authorizing contract in amount not to exceed $550,000 with Alta Planning and Design, Inc. for the Greensboro MPO Bicycle, Pedestrian Greenways, and Trails Master Plan update. Any questions, discussion? I would accept a motion if not. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mr. Allen. Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. That is the end of our regular agenda. Do I have any boards and commissions appointments? All right, Ms. Crawford.
I need to reappoint Mr. James Upchurch to the ABC board.
All right. Do I hear a second? All in favor, please say aye. Seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Marshall? Thank you. All right, now, if there are any matters anyone on council would wish to discuss, this is time for council comments. Anyone? No? Mrs. Thurm?
Yes, just a quick note that for those that have not watched the work sessions related to the budget, just to let you all know that council has asked the city manager to come back to us with a proposal of, if we lower the tax rate further, what are we giving up, and how are we sharpening our pencil? Where can we sharpen the pencil? Where can we cut that? We do believe, and we are trying to lower the tax rate further. We're awaiting the latest numbers on that, but know that we are still, the budget season and budget negotiations are still in process, and nothing has been decided yet. We are continuing to work to see what can be done, what can be cut. We're looking at policies. Just today I had a conversation with Mr. Davis about a policy that might, we might want to change down the road, and there's still a lot of work happening behind the scenes, and we're still looking at things. So I just want people to know that the budget process is still in full swing. We have not, don't count that budget figure yet.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, I just wanted to say that, as I stated earlier, thanks staff for their hard work. I know it's not easy, and you have all of us and everyone else coming at you as well. So, all right, any matters to be presented, Mr. City Manager?
One quick item. There was a speaker earlier tonight that wanted to thank council for support, Dabney Sanders, regarding the Downtown Greenway, which all of you have supported. There was an event last Friday, I believe, but even more so, Ms. Sanders wanted to communicate her support to our staff. There are a number of staff that have been involved, whether it's our engineering inspections, our transportation department, Parks and Recreation, quite naturally. But there was all hands on deck and a tremendous amount of support, and she wanted to make sure that council knew and that staff knew there was a gracious thank you from her and the Action Greensboro team. So thank you.
Yes, and I think I've talked her into coming back at another speaker from the floor to state it herself, but thank you for sharing that. Madam City Attorney.
Nothing really. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Holston for recognizing Mr. Stokes. That meant a lot to me because when I first came to Greensboro, Mr. and Mrs. Stokes kind of took me under their wing. And so I've had the privilege and the benefit of learning from him for the 30-plus years that I've been here. And I just thought that was a great gesture. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I would accept a motion to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Allen, seconded by Mr. Holston. Thank you all so very much, and we will meet June 16th.